Good morning. Right. Good morning and welcome to session 7 of the 2024 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Your referees for this morning are Harold Gustav for the males, John Neal for the females. Your starters are Jacqueline Madden for the males and Adrian Maloney for the females.
Good morning everyone and welcome to day 4 of the Victorian State Age Long Course Championships here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. Kicking us off this morning we have event 114. This is the girls 12-year-olds 200 metre backstroke, and vying for a final in this event we have 2 heats. In the water at the moment is heat 1, Tiffany Miette in lane 4, your swimmer from Melbourne Vic Centre, taking out really nicely here in a 1:14.0. She's got about 5 seconds on the rest of the field here. Looking pretty relaxed and cruisy for this heat swim. But that race for second is really on. Remember, top 10 make the final, so these girls all are trying to finish within about that top 4 to guarantee themselves a spot, being that there's 2 heats today.
Yeah, really nice start there. Looks really comfortable in the first 100 as we now move towards the end of the 150 metres out of 200. And yeah, the race for second place is definitely on. We've got a group of 5 swimmers all battling it out there very close as we enter into the wall. But it's all Tiffany Miette at the moment as she turned to 156.38, followed by Zara Barr and Taylor Miller.
Tiffany's really utilised her skills throughout this backstroke event to solidify that lead. Those underwaters being so important, and they really tend to stand out in these younger age groups.
Heading into the flags now. It's going to be a great time here for Tiffany. She's just touched in under that 240 mark, 239.16, followed by Amelia, who has gone 242.71. So she's managed to just get over the top of Zara Barr and Taylor Miller, our 3rd and 4th swimmers.
Just waiting for our timing system to reset at the moment. You'll see those girls giving their muscle a bit of a slap, shaking their legs. It's a bit of a chilly day here down at MSAC today, so the girls doing everything they can to try and stay warm before their race.
We're off now for the second heat here of the 200 backstroke 12s. And it's a really great start there from Megan Lee.
Yeah, Megan Lee in lane 6. Great start off those backstroke ledges to begin with. She's out strong. Going with her, though, in the middle, lane 4, that's Lucy Ma. If you tuned in last night, you would have seen us interview Lucy after her win in the 200 freestyle, so we know she's a great 200-metre swimmer.
Coming into the turn now, Lucy Ma is the first person to turn, 36.78. Followed by Matilda Young as well. She was another swimmer that was out really quick in that first 50. Really great start. So these three girls leading us off so far. Not too far behind now is Elsa Wang, as she's starting to creep up. So she's starting to push that second 50, which is really important for this event. We've got to make sure that we're setting up that final 100 by starting to push and build into that second last turn. Get ready to turn on the legs, turn on the jets, and finish strong in that final 50 as we close the first 100, and it's a 116.12 for Lucy Ma. Second place, not too far behind, Matilda Young still with a 118.69. Third place, Elsa Wang, so she's now just taken that third position.
Now, James, these young 12-year-olds, we've got a few 200 backstrokes this morning. I imagine they probably haven't raced this an awful lot. What kind of advice would you be giving these youngsters coming into a race like the 200 backstroke?
Just keep the legs really soft in the first 75 to 100 metres. Like usually with the kids that I coach, Ivanhoe, we usually just keep a race plan really simple. It might just be 2 or 3 things that we want to focus on. One of those is definitely just soft legs at the beginning and building them through across that middle 100 metres, which Lucy Ma's done a really good job there. You can start to see that she's brought her legs in just ever so slightly under the water. The body position as well is really important, just keeping that head back flat on the surface of the water. And also just as the race goes on, building up your stroke rate and getting ready to attack that final 50. You want to be putting yourself in a position to get a place or get in front of someone come that last 50.
Yeah, Lucy looking really comfortable here. She'll come down under the flags and hit the wall first in Heat 2. Time of 2:37.06, so a little bit quicker than Tiffany from Heat 1. Matilda Young's had a great final lap here as well, really picked up the pace. She'll touch in second, 2:41.8, and Elsa Wang from a Melbourne Swimming Club has hit the wall in third there, 2:43.76. So it looks like around that 2:48 mark for the girls is going to be your 10th place to score a spot in tonight's final. Second event underway here, event 115 now. Moving on to the boys 12-year-olds 200-metre backstroke. In this event this morning, we also have 2 heats. So top 10 is the place to be. Those guys in the middle will probably try and do a fairly comfortable swim this morning, seeing that we don't have a lot of athletes competing in this event. They'll just do enough to make that final tonight.
Only 17 in this event today, so it's anyone's chance to drop some time and make that top 10 into the final tonight. But in first place, Oscar Magalotti, who had a really great set of swims last night.
Yeah, he took out the boys 200-metre butterfly with a really, really solid win there. Looked super strong in the second half. And he's already showing great speed in the first half of this 200 backstroke, so I imagine he'll probably pull away a bit in the next 100 as well.
Yeah, if he's definitely got the gears to be able to put down a really great 200 butterfly, he's going to be able to do a 200 backstroke perfectly as well. As he's just turned in a 113.9, followed by Jamie Dong, who's having a really nice swim on the outside, and really close behind is Aston Wilson, 117.17. Yeah, so that field across in behind Oscar is close for places.
Yeah, those 2 Surrey Park boys having a nice little battle in that second position at the moment. Don't discount the swimmer in lane 6 from MLC. Lev is starting to do the work here, really lifted his rate on this third 50 to close the gap between the boys who are battling it out for second, but it will be Oscar who turns in first at the 150-metre mark.
So second place, Aston Wilson. Third place, Jamie Dong. So they're still in it. But the other 2 on the top of our screen in lanes 2 and 3 have started to creep into the mix now. And we've got a nice race of 5 boys all looking for that top spot. So they're going to really set the standard for that next heat. But at the moment, it's still all Oscar Magalotti as we're coming into the flags now. So he's going to finish here. Great finish, 233.94. So that's the standard now. Second place, Aston Wilson. Third place, Han Tang Wang. And in fourth, Lev, 238.93.
Yeah, Han Tang from Laverton. He's done a really great last lap there to score that third position onto the wall. Just narrowly ahead of Lev, so some good speed in heat 1. We'll see what heat 2 can pull out. Quite a long hold on the blocks for the 12-year-old boys. As we get underway for heat 2. Great start in the middle of the pool. Aiden Ramos in lane 4. Stayed underwater almost 14 metres there, so really nice skill set from a 12-year-old. I would keep my eye on lane 5. Kepi Schneiders, he's had a great meet, pulling out some ripping times from outside lanes, and the fact that he's in a middle lane here suggests he's coming in with a faster time, so I can imagine that he's going to do something pretty special as they go around to the first wall. Aiden in first, 34.6. Kep follows him through in a 35.1, so about half a second between the 2 boys there.
Yeah, Ramos had a really, really deep start, so I think it had to crank out the kicks. But when it's at the beginning of the race, it's not too taxing. You've got the energy. You've just got that nice, easy speed in the first 50. Kepi is keeping up with him as we come to the close. This second 50, not far behind, is Ashak Ismail. And also the other 2 boys just sitting at his hips there in lanes 1 and 2.
Great race on here for that first position. Only 8/100ths of a second separating lanes 4 and 5.
Yeah, we've just seen Geelong boy just start to make his play now in that third 50. So he's looking to get himself in a position for that middle lane. If he's had a few races on the outside, and especially backstroke, you never want to be on a wall lane swimming backstroke. So we always when we're racing backstroke, we're looking to try and get a good lane into that final tonight. And he's doing a great job of that as he's now coming into that turn. Turns into 152.08. Followed by Aiden Ramos, 154.4.
So Kepler 2 seconds faster on that third 50. Probably one of the most important laps in our 200. So to see a really solid swim, and he's one of the only boys so far, or there's a couple more there who have increased the speed on lap 3. And that's something that we really look for, particularly the coaches will be looking to see that build throughout the 4 laps.
We come into the closing 15 metres now. You know that when you're swimming backstroke and you see that rope across at 15, it's time to put on the burners and go. Exactly what the boys have done. Coming for the finish. 231.63, followed by 233.46 for Aiden Ramos. Third place at Shark Ismail. And then 4th and 5th for our boys in lane 1 and 2. So fantastic swims. So it'll be really interesting this race. A lot of the boys sitting around that 230 low, 230 mid time range.
Event 116 in the water now. This is the girls' 13-year-olds 200 metres backstroke. So we continue with these 200 backstroke swims this morning from our junior athletes. A couple of swimmers missing. It is day 4 here, so a lot of these guys with those heavy programs, some racing between 10 to 12 events over 5 days. And if you double that because they've backed it up between heats and finals, that's a lot of intense swimming. So we expect to see a few kids maybe missing, dropping some events to maybe lighten their program and focus on what their important races are, what their main events are today.
Yeah, really great to see these outside lanes taking it out very fast. They've already got a body's length on the rest of the fields, lanes 2 and 3, and then 7 and 8. At the moment, still Lumi Bortoletto, turning a 38.19, just ahead of our visitor Brady in lane 7. Now it's looking like the top lanes have just started to make their build a little stronger as we come into the close of this first 100. And now we've got a new leader, Chelsea Ronning, Geelong, 119.97, just in front of Lumi Bortoletto.
Yeah, Chelsea really starting to pick it up on this third lap. You can see she's just brought those legs in, so that white water where her feet is, great sign that the girls are bringing that kick in, starting to motor on in the second half of this 200.
Yeah, that just boiling of the water just at the end of the feet just shows that the legs are still up high. You don't want to be swimming almost uphill. If you're swimming uphill, then you're going to be creating a lot of resistance on your back. So it's important to have that flat shape on the water as we now turn and move into our next 50. So still Chelsea running out in front of everyone by a good 3 bodies lengths here. So she's put together a really good race. She's made her play, especially from these early heats. It's really important that if you want to make that final, you've got to make a statement. So, and that's exactly what she's doing. She's miles ahead of everyone right now. So it's looking like a really great battle in here for those minor placings as we come into the close of this 50. And the touch is a 241.90 for Chelsea Ronning. She'll be happy with that. Followed by a close second and third, only 0.05 separating them. Lumi Bortoletto and our visitor, and in fourth place, just up the top, even not too far as well, Miller Rudolph.
So Coach Rob over at Camp Geelong having a good morning so far in the 200 backstrokes.
Heat 2 now of our 200 backstroke 13s females. And we're off to a great start. Still pretty even across the board as we cross into that 35 metre mark. Something like the top of our screen starting to stick together in our middle lane there. Madeline Harvey is starting to shift gears already early into that first wall. So great build into that first wall. And she's turned in a 35.65, followed by... Oh no, she's actually not turned in first, I think. Unless that's the board's just mucked up for us. She has turned first, but there's no number one on the board. So she is our first place at the moment as we move into the 75, and she's just started to build even heavier now, which is really good to see. She's looking to set herself up really nice, great, easy, pulling great water, touching, and you're starting to see those legs bubble on the surface as well.
Yeah, this lap 2 is really starting to separate the field. We're beginning to see that inverted V shape from the centre lanes. So those being the fastest qualified in these heats in lane 4. And then we move gradually to the outside. So 4, 5, 3, and on from there. With entry times.
Some loud whistles over there from our coaches. Sure, even though they're swimming backstroke, their ears are underwater, they can definitely hear those, that's for sure. Telling their athletes they need to start to push the pace, they need to make that next shift in order to set up their race well to try and sneak into that top 10. We've got 4 heats. As we come into the close of this 150 metres, we're going to see Madeline Harvey still in our lead, and she's dropped time from second to third 50, which is really good to see. So she's built across that middle 100 really nicely, followed by Vera Zhang, as well as Neve Turton. So it's our middle 3 athletes, but there's also lane 2, Sorella Bedra, looking to also maybe sneak in that minor placing.
Yeah, Maddie definitely not relaxing into the wall. She's going to finish super strong in this 200. Trying to set the pace here and lay down a time that's really competitive with the next 2 heats. Challenge them to see what they can do. Vying for that middle lane in tonight's final.
The way here, heat 3 now of our 200 backstroke 13s.
Another good start from our centre lane. That was Zara Jeffrey of Camberwell Grammar.
Top of our screen as well, lane 2, our visitor, Layla Joseline. Really quick reaction time as well. And she's going to make that push as well.
Matilda Clark looks like she might get her feet on the wall first. Not quite. It'll be Yarolan Wang in lane 5. Faster turnover, so she was getting those feet as she rolled onto her front, onto the wall a lot quicker on that tumble turn speed, which is what we like to see, that effect of hitting the wall hard to bounce off quickly.
Yeah, force on the wall equals force off, and that's exactly what we look for in those turns. It's about holding our speed or building our speed into that wall and coming off with the same amount or greater as we lead into that next swim, transition through that breakout nicely. At the moment, lane 5's made their play. EDA, you got Rowan Wang, 113.53, and she's a nice 2.2 seconds ahead of Matilda Clark now. And we're starting to see those legs build in for all of our girls. It's also a great race. We've got 4 or 5 athletes all fighting for those minor placings all together.
Really nice to see some of the outside lanes sneaking up here as well. Madison Brown with a good second 50 there. She's put herself in third, so a hot contender to make the final if she can hang on to that third placing in Heat 3.
Move now into this final turn, and it is still all weighing 152.90, followed by second Matilda Clark. Third now is Madison Brown. She's made a really nice swim on the outside there, swimming just by herself, no one on her right side. Left side just a little further behind, but we're moving now into this closing 25 metres. We're starting to see the athletes all turn on the jets as we're coming into this finish.
Yeah, lots of ratings have picked up. With 15 metres to go, look at the speed of rotation from Matilda Clark. She is storming home, but she's just going to run out of pool though. Yarolan is going to finish 232.54. She'll take out this heat. Matilda Clark will hang on to second, 234.7. And it will be Madison Brown in lane 1 who steals that third placing, so 236.56. Keep an eye on those times. Great work from the outside lane.
Underway now is our final heat of these 200 backstrokes, so the standard's been set pretty high. They're going to be now looking to kick some people out of this top 10 that we've seen so far as we move in, and we've already got a fairly clear leader, half a body's length ahead of everyone, our centre lane. Kiara Jeffs, she's had a great meet as well.
Yeah, so Kira, one of our record holders from this week, taking out the 100-metre backstroke. The time of a 1:04, I think it was, so super fast. Just interestingly enough, our record holder in this event comes from 1985. That's Nicole Livingston, bit of backstroke royalty within Australia and within Victoria. On entry, Kira's time is 5 seconds behind the record, but we've seen her drop a lot of speed throughout her races so far, so it'll be interesting to see what she can pull out, particularly in tonight's final. See if she can get both the 100 and the 200 backstroke record.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be too far away tonight. That's a 110.85. Obviously, she'd have to negative split, which means that she's going to have to be faster in the second 100 than the first, but this is the heats, so we're not expecting to see the most amount of output that our athletes have if they're in a leading position. Because at the moment in these heats, it's all just about fighting for those places. That's where it's really important. You want to make sure that you're doing enough to get yourself into that top 10 tonight. And you just see that her legs are slowly ticking over. She hasn't turned on the jets yet, Jeffs. We come into this closing turn, 150.33. So she's stormed to a nice lead, but we do have a really great battle for third here. We've got 5 swimmers, 4 at the top of our screen, 1 in lane 6. All looking to just make that shift into the top 3.
Yeah, Kira pretty comfortably in first at the moment. Not far behind her, that's Sarah Olawani from Nunawading Swimming Club. Also been seeing her in a lot of finals. So I don't think anyone's going to catch these two girls. Lily Chan over in lane 1, though. She's done the work in the second 100 here. Looks like she's pulled away, and she'll take third in this heat, just ahead of Summer Morgan in lane 6.
So she does grab that third place. You can see Coach Hayden Llewellyn really happy, giving his athlete a clap.
Yeah, 6-second personal best swim out in lane 1 from Lily Chan. So I think lane 1's the lane to be in today. Lots of great little performances from the far side of the pool.
So heat 1 of our men's 200 backstroke 13s. We're off to a ripping start here. It's our top lane, lane 0, outside smoke, Oliver Calio. Fast reaction off the start, and he is holding that easy speed out, so look for him to turn first here. Has turned first, but the time just hasn't popped up yet. Second place, Alfred Hahn. As we move into the second 50, we're going to start to see a shift, and we can already see that stroke rate of Alfred starting to pick up. Legs slowly moving. We've got two boys sitting neck and neck for that third place position. So it's very important, building that second 50, transitioning into that third. Third 50 is where we usually look for those legs to really start to come in. You've got to set yourself up for that final 50. Usually whatever time you're holding in that middle 100 is what you're going to hold or be faster than in that final 50. And he's done really well now to just get that lead. Back again, Alfred Hahn. Still followed by Oliver Calio. And our third place, Cade Faulkner at the moment. Cade has now made a play into second. So this is where you can see his legs starting to build in. Also at the bottom of our screen, Luca Lim having a really great swim out in lane 7.
Yeah, those Campbell Grammar boys doing really well in heat 1. Very close together, probably training partners. And we often see that happen. So athletes that train together, they push each other along in those sessions throughout the week, and they'll swim similar times when it comes to racing.
Yeah, Coach Brad over on the other side, having a watch of the screen, is really intrigued to see what his Camberwell boys are about to go as we come into the close, but it's still all Alfred Hahn as he comes into this finish now. This is going to be a really great swim. 221.77, split faster in that fourth 50 than his third, which is excellent. And it's going to be our two Camberwell boys here, 229.0, 231.0. So just 2 seconds separating them. It's going to be a great race between the teammates for training bragging rights. And they're back from their break. Fourth place, Oliver Calio, also having a really, really great swim there. That was a massive PB, 12 seconds.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that one.
I wish I could PB by 12 seconds. That would be great.
Particularly at a state championships.
That'd be unbelievable.
What a time to do it.
Underway now, heat 2 of our 13s 200 backstroke, and it's a terrific start from our MSC swimmer in the middle, Harry McCraw. But the field is still quite even. It's at the top of our screen. Also trying to make a play there, lane 3, McConnell Malone. Really quick reaction time off that start as well, 0.59. As we come into this first 50, first wall, going to see Harry turn in a 32.42, followed by only 0.03 separating our second and third, McConnell and Liam Polson, 33.58. So those three are taking it out really quick. They've already separated themselves from the rest of the pack. Campbell Mills as well, starting to make his play into that fourth position, trying to get up ahead of Tom Hussey.
Yeah, so nice little pairings just on our outside lanes at the moment. 1 and 2, and the boys in 6 and 7.
We'll come into this second turn now. It's a 107.97 for our leader, followed by 109.81 for Liam Paulson, who's established that second place position, followed by McConnell Malone, 110.81. Tom just into that wall. Tom Hussey has really built his wall in there nicely to secure that fourth position as well. Into this closing turn now, entering into the flags is Harry McCraw. It's been a fantastic swim so far. He's built in his legs really nicely. He's just turned 36.0 for that 50 and a 144.00 for the 150. He's a nice 1.7 seconds, 2.7 seconds ahead of the field.
Definitely a comfortable distance to be in front, particularly in a heat swim. So I can guarantee that Harry McCraw is going to go through to this final. It'll be interesting to see the time, compare that to Alfred Hans from the heat before.
As we come into this finish now, he has not slowed down at all. Sometimes you'll see people finish up, but he wants that sub 220 and he's got it. 219.4 for our leader there, followed by Liam Polson second in a 222.7 and third, McConnell Malone 227.3. Some phenomenal PBs there we've just seen, as well as fourth Tom Hussey and fifth Campbell Mills.
Yeah, they had a great battle down onto the wall, very close on the touch there. Tom Hussey just holding on for that fourth place. All right, bit of a different event on the program here, moving to some more endurance freestyle. So for our 14-year-old girls today, they're about to swim their 400 metres. This is event 118. We have 4 heats in this event, so amazing effort from the girls and the 14-year-olds. So we've got 34 athletes entered into this event.
It's a lot for the 400. It's great to see that we've got heaps of Victorians willing to swim this 400-metre event. We now move into that second 50. So important. The second and third 50 is what's going to just set up our pacing in this 400 metres. Leader is still Luca Asenso, 32.79, followed by Hayley Faulkner, and third is Ella Nosworthy, our visitor for this race. So it's 2 Victorians versus 1 visitor, and it's looking like Faulkner and Nosworthy come really close. And Luca Asenso's just slowly crept into the lead there as we turn at the 100 in a 109. She's 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, so Luca really attacking this 400. She was super fast off those blocks with an explosive first lap. Trying to establish a lead early on. And then hopefully she'll settle into her stroke, find some rhythm, and hold that for the rest of the race.
Still holding really great length through our stroke in this first 150 metres. So important. We want a really efficient stroke at the beginning, just so that we're not expending too much energy. We can start to make some gear changes as we move later into the race. And she's now extended her lead just by about a half a second. 147.24, followed by Kaylee Faulkner, 149.95. And only 0.025 behind is Nosworthy, our visitor.
So all of the girls in this heat choosing to breathe every second stroke. So always to the same direction. Making sure they get plenty of oxygen in. Really important part of our longer races. We don't want our bodies producing that lactic acid, particularly early on.
Yeah, the breathing pattern's always going to vary athlete to athlete, but it's always just do what's most comfortable for you. Unless you're really swimming that 50-metre freestyle, then a lot of coaches will prefer head down, keep going, and only take a breath when you need it, just because when you do take a breath, you actually just create a micro pause in the stroke. But in these longer distance events, you need the oxygen. So breathing 2s, 3s and 4s is usually something more common. Usually whatever you're practicing in training is what you want to do in racing. So we turned there, 250 metres down. She's just split fast in the last 50, so she's starting to build through now, Luca Ascenso, 304.64. And she's given herself a really nice lead here. This is going to be a fantastic swim from her.
Yeah, it really excites me when these younger athletes, so these 14-year-old girls, start putting together races, following those race plans to a T, and building through that third 100, because often that's where our athletes will have a bit of a rest, not necessarily intentional, but they know they want to come home strong, so sometimes they might just ease off the gas a little bit on that third 100, but that's not what Luke has done at all. She really picked it up in the first lap of that 300-metre mark.
The Ringwood teammates together, taking it out really quick. Just seen Kaylee Faulkner just sneak about a body's length ahead of our visitor, Ellen Nosworthy. So it's the two Ringwood teammates taking 1 and 2 so far, but we never know what can happen in this last 100 metres. We've seen plenty already over this meet. People manage to make that move a little later, sit on someone's hip and then go. At the moment, it's Luca Ascenso as she comes into this final turn. She turns at a 422.38, so she's looking to drop a really big PB here. It's so great to see. The smaller heat where you don't have as many people to race against, just to swim your own race and stick to race plans, really mature racing.
Haley really lifting here coming under the 15-metre mark. Luca's done enough to secure the win in this heat, but it's great to see some strong finishes from the girls from Ringwood. As she hits the wall sub 5 minutes, so that's a nice thing to tick off the bucket list there. 4:59.71, plus a 12-second personal best improvement. Haley will finish second, 5:04.47, and Ella in third, 5:07.98.
That time is also faster than this next heat coming up any of the entry times, so she's put herself in a really nice position here. This first 100 here now, and our leader, Elizabeth Mack, really quick turn there just to make sure that she's touching that wall first, and a 109.7.
Definitely not a lot separating second in this race. Elizabeth Mack just that little bit further out in front, which is nice to see. But on the far side of the pool, lanes 1, 2, and 3, all sticking together early on.
Yeah, it's really important just to not quite let the group get away from you in that earlier stages of the race. It's about trying to sit with someone, maybe try to get ahead of someone at the beginning. You want to be setting yourself up for that later end of the race without expending too much energy, not forced. That's what we're seeing here from our outside lanes as well. Only 0.4 separating first and second, 0.5 from first and third. So our top lanes are just sticking now with our leader, Elizabeth Mack. Melbourne Vic Centre swimmer, can see Coach Adrian across the pool looking steadily on to his swimmer. Giving her a wave now, telling her, okay, now it's time to make that little shift forward. You've got to get away from these 4 girls. Also got lane 6 here. Madison Klein looking to make her play now. She's built really nicely into this 100.
Yeah, so those girls in the middle lanes with entry times on that 5:00 mark. It'd be great to see a few more of them break the 5-minute barrier. It's always one of those little challenges and a nice little accomplishment to look up on the board and see that number 4 at the beginning of your final time.
Still all Elizabeth Mack at the moment. She's just extended the lead to 2 bodies lengths now. But it is a real big fight for second. We're also starting to see these 5th, 6th and 7th swimmers here at the bottom of our screen start to make their movies, start to see the legs moving, the rate increasing. And they've all just split faster than their previous 50. So they've executed their race plans really well. It'll be interesting to see where they end up over this last 150 metres now. A lot of whistling from pool deck from our coaches, a lot of waving. Now's a time where we've got to make a play. See a Donga coach and athlete on either side. So they've got both sides of the pools waving. As we come into this second last turn, it's a 3:41 for our leader, Elizabeth Mack. Followed by a second now for Isabella Barber. She's also had a really great meet so far. And she's now put herself in a really good position. This is what we talk about now with this racing. It's all about putting yourself in a position where you can get a spot in that final. You've got to make sure you're setting yourself up well to the best of your abilities, to your strengths and weaknesses, so that you can get in there and race. This is what it's all about. It's not about overthinking about your technique. It's all about getting in there and racing and being competitive. As we come to this final turn now, Elizabeth Mack in a 4:19.0.
Yeah, still really attacking those walls, so you see those feet hitting nice and hard onto those touch pads before she pushes off. Good to see Elizabeth maintaining her skills throughout. The swimmer from Wodonga having a really, really nice last 100 here. That strategy of having one person on the other side of the pool plus some cheer squad on each side, working out for them. So sometimes clubs will do that because the swimmer breathes to one particular side. So each lap they're looking a different way.
Kick of Isabella Barber. She's just utilised her legs so well in this race. She's also snuck under that 5-minute mark. This is PBs across the board for the majority of our swimmers here. A massive 7 seconds for Elizabeth Mack. Coach Adrian over the moon on the other side of pool deck. Followed in third, Ava Dennis, 5:02.63. So really great swim.
Yeah, a few country kids in the mix there, which no bias from me at all. Heat 3 now of this girl's 14 years 400-metre freestyle. So we start to see our 2 circle-seated heats compete, so heats 3 and 4. Those middle lanes, your faster entry times here of that top 20. So a lot of action should be coming from the middle of the pools. But don't discount those outside lanes. We've already seen this morning some awesome competition coming from lanes 1 and 0, and even on this side of the pool, lanes 8 and 9. It will be your visitor, Anna Thompson, in lane 4, who takes us out in the first 50, leading us around in a 30.82. Not far behind her, Maddie Brand from Cheltenham in lane 5. Saw Maddie before a race this morning. She looked really confident and ready to go for this one. So one of her favourite events on the program. As the two girls in those middle lanes just start to pull away from the rest of the field early on here in the first 100. They'll both go around in a 105. Following them through, it's Emerson Hoggan in lane 6, Ivanhoe Swim, 108.1. And then across on the other side, lanes 0, 1 and 2, all fairly close together for that 4th spot in this heat. Coming down to the halfway mark now. Maddie Brand just starting to make a little move here. She'll get her feet on the wall 0.2 faster than Anna Thompson. But Anna probably with the better of the turns there, so she maxed up a little bit of ground off the wall. Maddie just putting her head down on the swim part. Emerson comfortably in 3rd now. And Claire Bridley over in lane 1. Sitting in 4th. This third 100, this is where we're looking to see who can put their pedal to the metal and go. Girls in the middle lanes trying to put their best performance forward this morning. As Maddie Brand really takes off. Coach Kelly on the other side of the pool just giving her a bit of a wave on. She thinks there's a little bit more in the tank. Always like to see these guys put together a strong heat swim, particularly those trying to achieve those national times. They do in fact get that time. They're going to have to race very fast heats heats to get the opportunity to make a final at nationals. So that's always the race plan. Go hard in the morning to practice what you want to do at that next level of competition. About 40 metres left to swim here. Maddie Brand has now got that lead by 2 seconds over Anna Thompson. Those girls well in front of the rest in this field. Maddie keeping it really consistent on the legs in this last 100. Just really pulling away, to be honest, in this last 15 metres. So she'll take first in heat 3. 4:39.43. Just a small personal best for her, but in a heat swim, so that's a great effort. Anna Thompson second, 4:41.8. Emerson Hoggan in third, 4:49.84.
Great swim from all those girls there. I was talking to Cheltenham head coach Kelly Stubbins last night. She was over the moon with her results last night. Not just from her older athletes, but also from her younger ones as well. Club doing such a great job in Cheltenham as we move now into heat 4.
And heat 4 off to a great start in lane 6, Arabella Tomlinson. She come off that underwater about half a body length ahead already.
Yeah, really important to get off to that quick start. It's free speed off that dive, especially in the 400 metres. You're not going to be expending a lot of energy in that first 15 to 25 metres. As we come into the turn now, she's the one to turn first, actually in a 31.5. And she's leading out our middle pack here. So we've got another Wadding swimmer, Lucy Doyle's had a great meet as well, starting to make her shift and play, as well as our Ringwood swimmer down here at the bottom, Sienna Santolan. She's also starting to stick with the pack, which is exactly what you want to be doing at this stage. It's just about staying with the pack as easy as possible, not expending too much energy. As we hit the 100 metre mark, it is Lucy Doyle who turns first, 106.44.
Really exciting to see Lucy attacking this 400. We know she's so great over these endurance events. She had an awesome swim last weekend at Open Water Championships in a 5-kilometre race. We've also seen her absolutely smash to take out the gold in the 800 freestyle earlier in this competition. So the fact that she's attacking the front end of this 400 really excites me, because we know she's going to have a great second half. So I'm keen to see what she can do for the rest of this race.
Turn here at 150, it's 141.92. A little over a second ahead of Zali Snyder's 142.99. And now we're starting to see this pack just ever so slightly separate, as we now have our clear leader, Lucy Doyle. And she has been racing that 5K. She's going to know, she's going to have the confidence that she can go out really quick, and she's still going to have the gears in the back end. So it's always about playing to your strengths when you're racing, making sure that you're swimming your own race, sticking to whatever race plan you've formulated with your coach. As we turn here at the 200, 2:17.87, she's now just extended that lead by 2 seconds. MSC, Geelong, Ringwood, all still in the mix.
Yeah, I've just seen Zali bring that kick into play here, so she's also a really good sprint freestyler, Zali. She loves a race to the finish. So she'll be starting to do the work now, see if she can close that gap on Lucy. Lucy's staying off the legs a little bit more, so expect to see her bring them in probably in the last 100 if she chooses to do that in this heat this morning. The other option these girls have is if they confidently know they're going to make the final, they might be just trying to get themselves in a good lane, not to necessarily take out that lane 4.
Yeah, another Wadding coach is starting to give their athlete a little wave. Zali Snyder's really nice long stroke, legs helping her to just get on top of that catch, and with every single stroke that she's taking, she's actually making ground at the moment, which is good. But so is our MSC swimmer, Arabella Tomlinson. As we come into this turn for the final 100 metres, and Arabella's actually just split faster than that last 50, so she's started to make a shift. We see all the girls' legs starting to kick in, the stroke rate of Lucy Doyle starting to increase. I think she's just noticed that the other two girls have made their move now. She's not looking to give up that first position at all.
Yeah, so she's breathing towards Arabella Tomlinson. She'll know that she's coming at her. And then on the way back, I imagine Coach Dan on the other side will definitely give her another bit of a wave.
Coming to that final turn, Lucy Doyle has picked up the pace. It's a 4:07.10, followed closely by Arabella Tomlinson and Zali Snyder's. Really close battle here, but it's looking like Arabella Tomlinson, she's not going to let Lucy Doyle get away from her. She is motoring home. Every single stroke, she's made up ground so far as we come into this closing 15 metres, and she's just taken the lead now.
Yeah, she's absolutely charging through at the moment.
This is what the 400 allows us to do. Allows us to be a bit more tactical. 4:41.82, she's got herself that first position. 4:42.79 for Lucy Doyle. And Zali Snyder's 4:45.67. A couple of others under that 4:50 mark. It's a nice little battle here as well, just for 8th and 9th place. Norwood swimmer up the top, fighting off our Bayside swimmer. He's going to get the touch, 5:07 and 5:08 respectively for Rositano and Inkani.
So this heat a little bit slower to our previous heat of 4:39. But 4:39, 4:41, 4:42, all those girls tonight, you'll see them in the centre lanes, and it should be a really great race.
Starting off our men's 400 metres freestyle. Very powerful kick to start off with from Angus Liddell. He's looking to get out really quick. So I'm not sure if he's coming up maybe from the 100 and 200, but he's got a nice galloping stroke there. Angus Liddell turns in a 30.69. So let's see how he's going to hold this stroke now. Excellent catch on that left hand on that breath as well. Really quick breath, and he's getting out really quick. The legs have just slowed down a little. I think he's just really excited to race in that first 50. He wanted to get off to a great start, but he's still looking really energetic, really nicely. The rest of our field still so even. We've got a Cheltenham swimmer up the top, Ringwood as well, Warrnambool, South Gippsland as well. South Gippsland having such a great meet. So many fantastic swimmers come through that program and made it to such high levels. Still at the moment extending his league is Angus Liddell. Legs still going, really long stroke. He's still pushing it all the way through his stroke from top to bottom. So important to just hold that nice stroke length as you're racing this 400 metres. We don't want to shorten up. Just because your arm's moving fast doesn't mean you're moving fast. It's all about catching and pushing the water behind you so that you're moving forward. And he has brought himself a really nice lead. You can see Coach Lauderstein on the side of the pool watching really closely. A Victorian record holder himself. Still racing at our short course meets as well. And he's still very, very competitive. He has taken it to some of our high performance swimmers in those 50 and 100 freestyle and butterfly events. So it just shows you don't need to finish up in this sport too early. You can still keep on going and still throw down some great times, probably in those lower distance events, even at an older age. It's great to see that he's still loving the sport on pool deck and swimming at our state championships, open championships.
As the boys hit that halfway mark, Angus in lane 6 just took a little bit of a look onto the other side of the pool to see where the other boys were. I wouldn't be too concerned, Angus. You've got quite a lead at the moment.
Yeah, William Simmons, our second place at the moment. He is slowly creeping up. He's got really great catch on the water, and those legs are looking really soft. I'm going to be looking to see him bring in his legs across this next 150 metres. He's going to be wanting to make a play for sure. He's now going to be looking across the field. He's got the Cheltenham swimmer Ashton Robinson up the top. We know Ashton's definitely going to be making a play in the later half of this race.
But definitely not with soft legs at the moment. Angus Liddell, he's kept that kick going from the beginning of the race, lap 1, all the way to this 300-metre mark. And it'd be great to see him lift even more for the last 100 of this 400 freestyle.
Yeah, the kick is just absolutely everything in this freestyle. Even though it's not necessarily propelling you forward as much as your arms, it's what's going to control your body position and also push you to get into that catch position at the top of your stroke. So that's why a lot of athletes will be doing kick sets at least probably 2 times a week, conditioning those legs, or in the gym getting those legs stronger, because it's so important to have a great kick. And this is what we've seen today in this race, is that phenomenal kicks helped him, Angus Liddell, to get out into a position to win. We've seen the coaches now starting to wave. Cheltenham coach, Bayside coach. Also got second place William Simmons. Not too far behind is Gordon Chen now, who's also made his move, and Ashton Robinson not too far behind as well. So it's going to be a great race for our minor pacings, but we've just seen Angus Liddell turn on the afterburners here in this last 25. He is going to be looking to drop a fantastic time here. 4:51 is his entry time. We're coming into the flags here. It's looking like it's going to be a fantastic PB. As he gallops into the wall, 4:46.27. 4:48 for William Simmons. He holds that second position, and sub 4:50s for our boys up the top in 2 and 3. Gordon Chen just getting the touch out ahead of Ashton Robinson. 5th place Xavier Aberline. Lane 4, 5.
As we move on to heat 2 of this men's 14-year-olds 400 metres freestyle.
We're underway, and we're already seeing all these athletes motoring on the legs. We've already just seen Angus Liddell go for that tactic, and they've probably watched on and just seen him go at a 5-second or more PB, and they've gone, you know what, maybe I'll turn on the legs a little earlier, see how that works for me. But it's all Ben Merrilies at the moment in the middle here, Tiger Sharks boy. Great reaction off the blocks as he comes into this turn. It's actually up the top there, Brodie Cargill. Off to a ripping start, 50.52. His older brother, Geordie Cargill, won so many races at these age championships. A really great IM swimmer. All the Cargill kids doing great at this meet so far, and he is taking it to them. Geordie was a fantastic racer. I'm not surprised to see that his younger brother, Brodie, is also.
Yeah, Molly swimming last night, picking up another national time. That was great for her as well. And we know that these Cargill kids are really tough, so if it's a close race, they're going to give it everything they can.
Yeah, Traralgon having so many great swimmers of past, then they end up transitioning into our more metro clubs later on, or some of them actually tend to stay out in Traralgon. That's what we've seen with these Cargill kids. As we move into the closing of this first 150 metres, it's still all Brodie at the moment from the outside. We've also got at the bottom of our screen Maximilian Brocklesby. He's made his play as well. And in the centre, Ben Merrilies is still in the mix as well. Brodie's done a great job of just taking the race to everyone. He's saying, who wants to come with me? Let's race.
Yeah, and that lane 0, not a bad spot for him to be in. As he comes down for his second 50 in each 100 metre, he breathes across to this side of the pool so you can see where all the boys are. And then on the way back down, he's got his coach and the team at Traralgon all there to support him and cheer him on. So definitely a good spot to be as he turns around at the halfway mark, 2 seconds in front of Ben Merrilies. And those boys in the middle lanes just starting to make a bit of a shift now. Hamish Evans moving himself into that third spot.
I was just about to say, Hamish Evans holding really great length there in his stroke, and he's just made that play into third position. Trying to sit on the hip there of Ben Merrilies. Brodie Cargill still our leader at the moment as we come into this close of the at the 250 metre mark. He's just split faster than his previous 50, so he's a 250.48. 1.5 seconds behind is Ben Merrilies. Less than 2 seconds is Hamish Evans just behind. So Hamish sitting at Ben's feet. It's looking like Ben Merrilies has just started to creep up ever so slightly on Brodie. But there's no slowing down at the moment for Brodie Cargill as we come into this 300 metre turn. And all about holding that momentum into the turn. fast turn, 3:26, 3:27.7 for Ben Merrilees and 3:29.3 for Hamish Evans.
So Brody with an entry time of 4:47 coming into this event today. That last 100 was around that 1:10 mark, so he's looking to drop about 10 seconds off that entry time. And if he picks up this last 100, which is what tends to happen with these swimmers, particularly on that final 50, it's going to be well under his time coming in today.
Yeah, one thing I've just noticed as well is that Brody's stroke, he's able to breathe both sides twos the exact same. He's able to keep the same technique. So he's now just looked across at Ben Merrilees, as now Ben's starting to try and make a play for him. He's probably noticed that Brody is a little far ahead. He's trying to creep it in, and that's what he's doing. But at the moment, still Brody out in front. Hamish Evans also still hanging in there. And we've also got down the bottom Maximilian Brocklesby.
Yeah,
looking
Ben's
to secure fourth.
Really efficient under the water, so definitely a bit lower stroke rate than Brody, but holding on to that catch and moving himself along in the centre of the lane.
13-second drop there for Brody Cargill. Fantastic swim. Second place goes to Ben Merrilees, 4:35.32. Third place, Hamish Evans, and fourth, 4:42.94 for Maximilian. Nice 6-second PB. 8 seconds, actually. Moving now into heat 3 of our 400 metres men's 14 years. This is looking like it's going to be a really, really stacked heat. Harrison Main in our centre, off to a great start. William Tan as well. Got our 100 metre butterfly silver medalist Eli Billman up the top as well. He might be one to watch. Down the bottom, Thomas Nyland also off to a great start. It's our centre boys at the moment. Centre 5. Just had a tie in fourth on that first 50, Matthew Moran and William Bryan. First place is Cody Said. Really quick turn. It's looking like these Traralgon boys, they're looking to take out this 400 metres as teammates, as he's now extending his lead ever so slightly.
Coach Dean giving him the thumbs up from the other side, so obviously he's right on track for the pace that they want to see from Cody in this race. Doesn't need to do any more, just maintain.
Yeah, these boys are out really quick. 101.91, 102.23, 102.66 for our top 3. And we've got a nice little pack that's developed out in front. At the moment, still our Traralgon swimmer. Coach telling him to keep rolling through this third 50. We know that that second and third 50 is what's going to set it up for our pacing, so that we can almost feel like we're descending down those 3 100s. Ivanhoe coach is giving Eli a wave as well. At the moment, still the Traralgon boy, Cody Said, as well as Harrison Main sticking with him as well. So it's looking like those are the two that are going to lead out this pack of 5. It's a great little race for third at the moment as we come into this 200 metre mark.
Yeah, definitely some exciting heat performances this morning. And don't forget to head up and look at those images from Sports in Focus. Our photographers on deck today, after a hot day on pool deck yesterday, they've come in today. They basically need umbrellas because they're now beautiful Melbourne weather. But they are capturing some awesome shots of your swimmers in the pool. So check those guys out and their photos. That's Sports in Focus, our official photographer for the Victorian Age Championships.
It's not an age states without some crazy weather. It's hot one day, it's cold the next day, so you've got to be prepared for anything. You're just looking over at the athletes just behind the blocks in the next race, all rugged up nice and warm, making sure that you're just lightly sweating before your race. You want to be so warm, so it's important. Socks and shoes, jackets, jumpers when it's cold, even bring in a jumper when it's 30 plus degrees. You want to be lightly sweating behind that block making sure that you're not wasting that warm-up that you've just spent half an hour on to get yourself in the zone and your body ready to go. Trailgun coach is giving Cody a wave just now as Harrison Main is starting to make his play.
They come down to turn with 100 metres left of this 400 freestyle. It's pretty close between the two boys. Harrison Main just getting his feet on the wall in front of Cody in that 100.
Cody's made his move though. We can start to see the stroke rate coming up. We're seeing the legs. But Harrison Main would be using that peripheral vision just so that he doesn't let his lead slide. And
he's going to stay in touch here,
which is great. And we've got a nice little battle as well for third place. Matthew Moran, William Bryan on either side of our middle two, fighting it out as we come to this turn. And Harrison Main has turned on the jets. And we've just seen from those Wodonga swimmers over the course of this meet, they have the gears in the legs to be able to make that shift. And he's now put 2 bodies lengths on the Traralgon boy. The coaches will be waving them on, screaming, whistling as we come into this closing 15 metres.
Yeah, Harrison's just said see you later on this last 100. He had such a great performance in the 200 freestyle the other day, going 2:00. He's backed it up this morning, 4:23.99 to take out heat 3 of the 400 free. Cody will finish in second with a 4:28.3. And William Bryan, he's just edged out Matthew Moran to pick up that third place position, 4:29.9.
Underway now is our final heat of our 14 men's 400 metre freestyle. Seeing these middle lanes taking us out really nicely. Sub 30s for our opening 50s, and we've just seen Lucas Thornton, our visitor, 103.02, followed by Luca Brown and Noah Chappell of Vic Centre in a 104.00. And we're now moving through this 150 metre mark. This is where we're going to start to see a little separation. The first plays of our racing come through as we move into the flags now. It's still our same 1, 2 and 3 entering into this wall slightly ahead of the rest of the field. So 137.67 at the 150 for Lucas Thornton as we now we'll begin to see shifts in pace. Noah Chappell looking like he's going to be making a little move now. Coaches Lex and Adrian telling Noah Chappell to just make a little shift here. The other two boys slightly getting away, but it's looking like in the middle, Luca Brown had a great meet so far. He is starting to make his play into that first position, but Thornton isn't going to let him get away with that too easily. He's going to bring the race to him. You also see an MSC swimmer, Milo Dressel De Bruyne, starting to make his shift. With 150 metres left to go now, the field is still all to play for here. We've got our 2 leaders, but it's close for that third position. Also up the top of our screen, Scott Robinson. He turned in 6th, but he's not too far away from those boys, as well as Oscar Dingwall, our other visitor in this heat.
Once again, interesting to note the differences in technique across the 400 freestyle. I know Noah Chappell, one of our surf swimmers, you can see that in his stroke with that bit higher head position, lifting up out of the water to breathe.
Move now into this closing 100 metres. This is where we're going to start to see that kick come back again, like we saw in that first 100 metres. Milo Dressel De Bruyne really going for it now, as well as Mitchell Ellis. At the moment, it's still Luca Brown in that first position. Lucas Thornton has brought in those legs really nicely, as well as Mitchell Ellis. So faster splits from Luca and Mitchell. Lucas Thornton still in the mix in second position. They've turned 354 and 356s. As we're now coming into this closing 25 here, it's still Luca Brown for now, but we've seen Mitchell Ellis starting to turn on the jets now. He wants that first position as we're coming through now. Lucas Thornton still in the race too. As we come into this wall now, it's a great finish. 4:27.4 and 4:28.5 for 1 and 2. 4:30.4 for Lucas Thornton. Gianluca Paradiso and Noah Chappell take our 4th and 5th positions. Fantastic end to our 400 freestyle.
All right, event 120 in the water now. The girls' 15-year-olds 100-metre butterfly. Once again, we've got 4 heats in this event. 100 fly, still a sprint, but always being butterfly, it's going to be a tough race. You need a lot of strength and power for this event. Way more of a sprint than our 400 freestyles. As we hit the wall in our first 50 from heat 1, your leader is Emma Fletcher in lane 7. She's followed around by Emmy McCrowan from Ivanhoe Swim. I spoke to Emmy earlier. She was really keen for this 100 fly today after her relay butterfly performance last night. Very happy with her split in that one.
Yeah, we've also just got Isabella Stammers as well. Looking to make her play through here. Looking like our little outside swimmers going to get their hands on the wall first as we come into the close of this butterfly. It's all about finishing on that full stroke. It's a 1:10.85 for Emma Fletcher, our visitor. Second, Emily Evans. Third place, Isabella Stammers. That finish is so important, making sure landing on that wall, perfect timing with a full stroke.
Heat 2 in the water now. Rihanna Chen in lane 4 had a really great underwater off that one. Earlier this year had the opportunity to work under her coach Brian, and that's something he really focuses on with his athletes, getting those awesome starts and those fantastic underwater dolphin kicks, which is such an important part of this 100 fly event.
Yep.
She'll hit the wall first. 30.46. Annabelle Jorgensen from Cheltenham, not far behind though. We should see her strong in the second 50.
Yeah, Annabelle Jorgensen not too far behind, but it is Rihanna Chen at the moment. Those underwaters, particularly in butterfly, is such an important asset to have. It's the way that you're going to transition into your stroke, especially when the kick is the same underwater as it is in the swim. That's your power up into that butterfly. As we come into the close of this race, it is the DVE girl, Rihanna Chen, 104.5, so much faster than the previous heat. A fantastic swim, 106 for Annabelle and 108.4 for Zoe Schneider.
There's some really solid heat swims this morning from the girls in those middle lanes. As we move along to heat 3.
Moving on now into heat 3 of our 100 metres butterfly. We've just seen some really, really fast swimming. A lot of PBs in that previous heat. Our fastest seed, Sophie Jacker, off to a really great start here, as well as lane 3, our visitor, Jasmine Siros and Ava Candy. Ava Candy also racing yesterday on the program. So it'll be interesting to see what we turn at here. Little long turn for Sophie Jacker. She's 30.4 out, which is a great split. Not too far behind Jasmine Siros, 31.02 and 31.99 for Ava Candy.
Yeah, so this heat really close at the moment. Sophie Jacker with the lead, but a couple of girls really starting to push her in the last 20 metres here.
Coming to the close now, it's stroke for stroke, and that is a perfect finish. 105.32, able to secure that first spot for Sophie Jacker, our top seed in this heat, followed by Jasmine Siros and Ava Candy. So the first 3 girls that led the race have finished the race 1, 2, 3. Underway now is our final heat of 4 for the female 15s 100 metre butterfly. Fantastic start from Lily Koch, who took out our 200 breaststroke. Was it last night? Fantastic swim. So she'll be looking to back up into this butterfly.
Yeah, super dominant performance last night from Lily.
Yeah, she's off to a terrific start, but also just in front is Judy, Hassine, Iman. Very fast reaction time, 0.49 off the blocks. You don't really see too many 0.4s. But she's the one to touch in first, 30.58, just 0.06 ahead of Lily Koch.
Yeah, Judy looking great here, and we know that she's got a bit of a history in 200 butterfly, so I don't expect her to drop off too much in this second 50.
We come through the 75 metre mark now. She is still ahead by just strokes length. Lily Koch, she swum the 200. She's also going to have a great back end of this race. As we come into the close, it's so close. It's a tie finish. Lily Koch has just got the finish, I think, and
yeah,
she does.
Lily timed that touch on the wall a little bit better than Judy. She was a bit short, had to take that extra stroke. So definitely something she can look at improving before she comes back this afternoon.
Yeah, you don't want to make the adjustment inside the flags. You've got to make it 10, 15 metres out, which is something that the coach is always going to make the athletes work on at training. So fantastic finish there from our Nunawading athlete. Underway now is our men's 15s 100 metre butterfly heat 1. She's got 2 boys in this race, so it's almost going to be a swim off. It's visitor versus Victorian. Nicholas Coley versus Samuel Asiata. Exact same reaction times off the block, 0.55. And they're going stroke for stroke now as we're moving in towards the flags here. This is looking like it's going to be a great race. Furbank Boy versus our visitor. And they're only 0.02 apart.
Yeah.
First 50.
I was going to say, it's almost reminiscent of a swim-off here. Side by side, 2 middle lanes. And a close race as well, which we see fairly often in those swim-off events.
Yeah, we've just seen our visitor there, Samuel, utilise those underwaters terrifically. And that's what's got him back into that lead. He's now got about just less of a body's length ahead of our Skevs boy. As we come into the close, enter the flags, it's still Samuel Asiata. As he gets a touch, 106.62 and 108.81 for our boys there. Underway now is Heat 2 of 5 in our 100 metres butterfly men's 15-year-olds. And the field is really even as we're crossing into this 25-metre mark. It's all to play for here. It's our middle lane at the moment, Rogers, Zion Rogers. Quick reaction time off the blocks, and he is steaming forward. But also at the bottom of our screen, Edward O'Connor, also in the mix as we come into this touch. 29.56. And then our 2 boys in lane 1 and 2 up the top, 29.66 and 30.27 are our second and third athletes.
Yeah, those sneaky outside lanes again in these early heats. Great little challenge from the far side of the pool.
Also got another SGB boy in the middle there, Joshua Hunt. As we come into the finish, he has had a magnificent 50 to close out this race, but it's all Zion Rogers. Hard finish, 103.4, 104.75 for Joshua Hunt. Our visitor, Nicholas Lindsay, 105.5. We are off for Heat 3 of our 100 metres butterfly. We've seen some great swims so far. It's been like Nunawading and DVE athletes, Tharwin Perome and Riley Hodgins are taking it out very quick, pushing each other, even though they don't have George Huang of Surrey Park in the middle. So we're entering into the flags now. This is where you've got to hit that wall spot on, and we've seen that from both athletes there. So Tharwin's first to turn, 28.41, 0.4 behind is Riley Hodgins. Pretty even on the underwaters, but we're starting to see Riley make his little shift now. It's going to be an interesting battle as well. Down the bottom of your screen, Blake Hughes also making his play from the outside. DVE boy, though, Riley Hodgins, has had a terrific fourth 25 of this race as he steams forward. But on the other side, Bendigo East, Miller, Nihal, we hit the touch. It's a 101.32 and a 102.2 for both those boys next to each other. Third place, Enrico Villagas and Tharwin Perome, fourth place from Nuttawading. Fantastic swim. Being held up. I think there's just some technical problems from the officials. I think some of the radios are working hard for them to communicate with each other. We're underway now. Diving into the water is our next heat. We've got Harry Heath in the middle, who's had a fantastic meet so far, Nuttawading boy, as well as Dion Gordon and Lachlan Rundle. It's looking like Harry Heath's going to be the one to lead the charge here as we pass the 35-metre mark, as well as Owen Kruger. So we come into this turn now. 27.37 for Harry Heath. Fantastic start, followed by second Owen Kruger and third Lachlan Rundle. As we come off this underwater, it's still all Harry Heath leading the charge, but I wouldn't count Owen Kruger out or Lachlan Rundle. They've gone with him. It's going to be an interesting race for our other positions as well, as the other boys are making a charge in this last 15 at the top of our screen. It's still Harry Heath as we come into the close. Hits the timing. 1 minute point 2, very close to that sub 1 minute mark, which is a big feat in this event. 101.4 and 101.5 for lanes 5 and 6. Fantastic swims. He's going to be looking to get under that minute mark tonight in this final. So we move now to heat 5 of 5. Underway now is heat 5 of 5. So these boys have just seen a couple of outside smokes in our previous heats and some fantastic swims through the centre to make that top 10. So they've seen what the rest of the field's gone. They know what they need to do to make that top 10 now. They would have been keeping an eye on it, but at the moment it's our visitor, Logan Reek, Norwood Swimming Club, coming into this turn now. Touches in a 27.12, followed by Henry Allen, 27.73, and Xavier Aguirre, 28.28. So they're out similar paces to our previous heat. It's still all Logan Reek. He's got a full body's length on the rest of the field. It's going to be a great battle for second and third as our outer lanes begin to push up. Henry Allen's still in the mix for second, but it's looking like it's going to be Logan Reek into this finish. A fantastic swim, 57.97. Minute point 5 for Henry Allen and Xavier Aguirre, 101.09. Tonight's going to shape up to be a great final. We're going to have all these boys have smashed out this heat all together. Fantastic swim, 57.97. So a clear standout, seed 1 in this heat, in this event.
Event 122 underway now. This is the girls' 16-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. So we go back to our splash and dash pure sprint event here. Looking out for 8 heats in this event, which means the final 3 heats will be our fastest qualifiers, all circle seated for equal opportunity to make the final tonight.
Dead even as we're heading into the flags now, but it's looking like Fairbank's just slightly ahead of Geelong, but it's going to come down to the finish. And it still is Sky Waddell. 29.9 as she snuck under that 30 point. That is a massive PB, 0.7.
Huge drops in that 50 freestyle. Sky Waddell. Meg from Geelong's also dropped about half a second there too, so great effort from the girls.
Heat 2 now of 8 for our 50 metres freestyle 16s. It looks like we've got an outside smoke at the top of our screen.
Yeah, Sarah Simons had a great meet, picking up a few medals over the last few days. Normally in the longer events than those middle distance ones, but she's just done a great swim, 29.1, so that's over a second drop as a 16-year-old. Huge effort there, so well done.
Yeah, still so important to swim those lower distance events. Even if you're swimming the middle distance ones, you've got to get that front end down in order to swim fast in those events. Heat 3 underway now. Very even across the board as we enter the 25 metres now. We've also got, like our Ringwood swimmer down the bottom, Hannah Dekova is taking our lead. Middle of the pack now starting to close in, and it is dead
Hannah
flat.
having a great swim over here from lane 9.
It's going to come down to the touch.
Ooh, Harriet Meakin just getting her hand on the wall by 1/100th of a second. 29.93. Hannah in second from lane 9, 29.94. Super close 50-metre races here.
Away now, heat 4 of 8. It's been like a really great start there from Angelia Bizzato, St. Leonard swimmer, but also at the bottom of our screen, Chelsea Byrne. This is what we're going to see throughout these next 2 days, is the outside swimmers are going to be able to make better plays. Our middle swimmers more likely to have more events, be a bit more fatigued, but it is Angel Bizzato, 28.94, so our first athlete to hit the 28 mark in this event. Fantastic swim there from Angel, Kate Morrison, Amity Lansbury as well. Our top 3. Lane 4 missing here in this race, so it's anyone's race up for grabs in heat 5. So moving through the bottom of our screen, looking like they're edging ever so slightly ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think Charlotte's our leader at the moment. Just pulling away a little bit as we come down under the flags.
Risking Western Melbourne Propulsion, 28.59, so an excellent swim there. Coach Marcus Blake would be really, really happy with that one. 29.15, Hayley Jelly and Amelia Kennedy, 29.23.
First of our circle-seated heats here. Fastest qualifiers in the middle lanes, and they're off to a really good start here. Disco Briscoe, Brooke in the middle, leading us through with 15 metres to go.
Yeah, it's also Nuttawading not too far behind, and Melbourne Vic Centre on the lane 9 here. Maybe fighting for that 3rd position as we come to the touch. It's a 27.85 for Brooke Briscoe, 28.10 for Tani Cronin, and 3rd place goes to Alinta Dingwall. She managed to get her hand just ahead. It always comes down to the finish in these shorter distance races.
We're starting to see some fast swims now. 27's on the board here. Have a look and see what it takes to score a spot in that final this evening.
7 of 8 now in this 50 metres, and it's a great start from the centre of the pool as well as lane 8. India Peleg. To keep up with the middle of the pack, it's so important. This is all about placings in this race. But we do have a leader in the middle, Eliza Tan, looking to get the touch, 27.26, 27.93 on the other side, Natasha Coleman. 3rd place, Jen Lane.
Jen Lane snuck in there onto that wall. 28.1. So those hundredths of a second are really going to be what separates our athletes from making that final or missing out tonight. Every one counts.
Our final heat of this 50 metres freestyle, and this is going to be a great race. Something like Jessica Wilson is out front. On the other side, Kiara Mooney not too far behind. It's really close to 15.
Wilson looking pretty comfortable here, taking a few breaths as we come onto the wall.
27.44 for Jessica Wilson. 2nd place is Farida Taha. Great last 15 metres from her, and Mia Labin, our visitor, 27.95. So 3 in the 27s there. This is going to be a really, really close final.
Moving right along here, some more speedy swimming. Event 123, the boys 16-year-old 50-metre freestyle. Once again, we have 8 heats in this event, and in the water now, heat 1.
So a really nice start there from Matty Golding as he's coming into this finish. He is a nice half a body's length ahead of the field. Really close fight for the other positions. He touches in 26.56. That is a gigantic PB for Matty Golding. He's going to be over the moon with that one. Second place, Teddy Ripper. What a name. 27.1 for Traralgon. And Thomas Greenwood, third place.
Fast swims to kick us off here. That 26, quicker than all the entry times in heat 2. So keep an eye on those final times, looking for top 10 placings.
Little long. S. Oliver Nemesis, and third is Billy Boyd.
Great seeing so many of those guys hit that 26 mark. All entry times around that 27, so lots of personal best swims in a sprint this morning.
Again, fantastic start here. Beautiful underwater from Thomas Lambert as he's looking to take out this race very early. Bottom of our screen as well, Jack Lanyon.
Yeah, Jack opting to stay underwater that entire 15, really coming close to that rope.
Coming to the close of this race, it is dead even across. This is going to come down to the finish.
I reckon it might be 2.
Lane 2, Kobe Stocks, visitor. Second place, Colin Lodge, and third place, Thomas Lambert. All that 26 high range.
Once again, our starters just holding those boys on the blocks a little bit longer than we probably usually see, making sure everyone's really still before the beginning of the race.
Great start there. That's our visitor, lane 6. Also at the top of our screen, Ross Sikiotis. As we come into the touch now, that's what it's going to come down to. It is lane 6, our visitor, 26.09, so our closest to 25 so far. 26.2 for William Watkins, and third place, Sam Mulford, another visitor, 26.48. Underway now is Heat 5 of our men's 16s at 50 freestyles. The top of the screen is an SGB athlete, Mostyn Lumsden, and his coach, Caden Gill, is our record holder. 23.15 back in 2015. So he knows all about this race, so I'm looking for him to have a great race here. It's looking like it's our bottom lane here, and also our lane 5 coming into the touch. It's the outside smoke, Hunter Mace. 25.81. Second place, 25.82. Third is 25.87 for our Furbank athlete. So a few 25s there. So now we're going to start to see the times shift as we move through these last few heats.
Yeah, the boys really picking up the pace. Now that we get to our circle-seated heats, a few of those 24s might start creeping onto the board. A couple of these guys looking to get close to that 23-second mark as well. So see how they go this morning. It's a bit of a cold morning. Sometimes makes it a little bit more challenging to get up and feel sprinty. We'll see what they can do.
Heat 6 now, and this is a really stacked heat. We saw Tianberger race the 400 metres last night, as well as Nicholas Stupas. So those boys, a much shorter distance race. We'll be looking to see what they can go here. No swim actually for Nicholas Stupas, but Tianberger is leading the charge along with our visitor Zach Alexander as we come into this touch.
Yeah, Tian looked great in that heat swim this morning.
24.38 is the time to beat. Head up on the finish there is probably the one little change I'd say, but 24.88 for Zach Alexander. Third place, 25.33 for Alessandro Pizzoli. So the standard is high for this next heat.
Tian only 8/100ths of a second over his personal best there, so expect to see a good 50 freestyle from him tonight.
Fantastic start for Felix Dressel-De Bruyne in lane 4, as well as Ethan Ravensdale in lane 5. Big, long strokes from Ethan Ravensdale as we close into this 15 metres left. He's just taken the lead now over Felix Dressel-De Bruyne as we come into the touch. And it's a 24.03, so close.
So close to that 23 mark from Ethan.
Yeah. Really close finish there, 24.52 for the Melbourne boy, and William Watson 24.91 to make our top 3.
Eighth and final heat of the 16-year-old 50 freestyle in the water now. Fastest qualifier, Ash Nichols in the middle lane. Only swimmer in this event with an entry time under 24 seconds, and he's looking pretty good here at the moment.
Yeah, I was just saying that he is a spitting image of Matthew Temple, and Matty loves to swim fast in this 50 free, and he's going to do the same, 24.15, so just a little slower than our previous heat, but 24.53 for Nicholas Kearns, and Campbell Wilson Moran 24.70 for the 200 backstroker. So great swims in those 50 metres freestyle there.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see a few more 23s on the board in this evening's final. All those boys pretty close together time-wise at the top end. Slowing down that pace a little bit, we move on to event 124. This is the women's 17-18 years 400 metre freestyle. We've got 3 swimmers in the water now for heat 1, and we have 4 heats in this event.
So only 3 athletes in this heat, so Expect one of them to maybe make a play earlier and see if the other two want to come with. That's looking to be lane number 6. Our visitor, Alex Breeden, turns 31.96, followed closely by Emily Kearns and Kate Decker in the 32s. She's just now slowly creeping forward, very light on the legs, pretty arm dominant, which is good. So it means she's just saving her legs for later 50s of this race. So we now cross 85-metre mark. So important to build this finish into this wall. Walls is free speed. Turning in 107.72, so 1.2 seconds ahead of Emily Kearns in second. No, Emily Kearns' coaches aren't gonna let her get away. Just sticking in second on this 150 metres. She's going to just stay at the feet of our visitor, Alex Breeden. Kate Decker at the top as well, not too far behind. So it's still anyone's race. Whoever wants to make that play first needs to probably do it across this next 100, 150 metres.
Girls going around at that 200-metre mark, halfway through this 400 freestyle. Your leader remains the same. That's lane 6, Alex Breeden. Second place at the moment, Emily Kearns, of our MSC representatives from their hub down, or I should say up in Bendigo, and across on the other side of the pool. Kate Decker still sitting in third. See if some of these girls can start to make a bit of a shift in gears in this third 100. Make sure they bring home the second half of this race nice and strong. Girls make their way down for this final 100 of Heat 1. All looking to try and swim some personal best times. For these girls, their entry times are around that 5-minute mark. So anything in the 4-minute barrier would be a really great achievement. Particularly in an event like this on day 4 when we're starting to feel that little bit of fatigue. Swimmers doing everything they can to keep energy levels high.
We enter this final 50 metres now. Still Alex Breeden with that lead, but Emily Kearns has started to turn on the jet set. You can see the legs are starting to go, the water's bubbling behind her. She's going to look to just get a little bit of a faster time here, just to maybe secure a spot tonight in the top 10. Kate Decker as well at the top, having a great swim as we come into this closing 15 metres. Still our visitor. Too far behind though is our MSC swimmer. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's a 4:55.2 and 4:55.9 for our 1 and 2. Third place, 5 minutes, 0.5 for Kate Decker. Fantastic swims from those girls. Underway now, heat 2 of our 400 metres 17-18s freestyle. Seen Kiara Hutchinson get off to a great start here. Turned 31.7 at the first turn, the Western Melbourne propulsion swimmer. We have two of them, Dana Barnett as well at the bottom of our screen. Turns in first, Kiara 107.43, followed by second place Rebecca Lang 108.25 and Lucy Roberts in third 108.61. So the field is quite spread out. We've got people at the bottom, we've got people at the top of our screen in good position so far. I'm going to see the middle swimmers push up through now. We've also got Jordan Barnwell as well, lane 6, Lucy Ivy Lee as well.
Yeah, this is where part where we'll start to watch carefully who starts just building up that speed, building up momentum through this middle 200. For a lot of these athletes, the focus of the race will be either the second or the third 100. So those middle parts of the race proving to be super important, particularly in our middle.
Move into the halfway point. The field is starting to now even up. Seen Marcus Blake waving on his athlete in lane 9. So we hit the turn and it's Lucy Roberts in a 221.8. Followed by Holly Winkles, who's had a great setup in that last 100 metres to get herself into that second position. Third place is Rebecca Lang. Not too far behind is Kiara Hutchinson, who, even though she's a Western Propulsion athlete, she does train here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centres with Adrian Hirsch, our head coach. So it's still Lucy, but we do have 4 people contending for that first position. As we come into the turn, Holly Winkles has taken the lead in a 258.03, but not too far behind by Jordan Barnwell of Nunawading. Third place Lucy Roberts as well. So this is now where the jets start to go on. You've got to start to make your play if you want to be on that wall first into the top 3. This is the heat that's going to set the standard for the other 2, so you can't just take it easy and just go for that place. You've got to put a good time on the board, because otherwise it's very easy for those other athletes to know what they need to do in order to go faster than you.
We've just seen those 2 Nunawading athletes really step it up in the third 100. Lucy Roberts from Yarra Plenty Waves trying to go with them as they separate themselves from the rest of the field. But it will be your lane 3 and lane 6 swimmers, Holly and Jordan, battling it out for first in heat 2 here.
So as we're closing into this second last 50 and our final turn, it's the 2 Nunawading athletes battling it out for those bragging rights. It's 409.68 for Holly. It's a 409.7 for Jordan Barnwell. Third place, not too far behind, is Lucy Roberts. It's going to be a tight race for third place and a tight race for first place. So we've just seen Jordan steam ahead here, but her training friend Holly isn't going to let her get away with that. As we come into this closing 5 metres, they're going stroke for stroke. It's all going to come down to the finish, and we hit the touch. Ooh, only 0.17 to separate them. It is Holly Winkles, followed by Jordan Barnwell. Third place, 448.55 for Lucy Roberts, and our visitor Molly Davis, 450.22 in fourth. underway now. Heat 3 of 4. Got a lot of great swimmers in this. I already can see a few Cheltenham caps, so we know that they're going to be in the mix. A couple of Nunawading swimmers as well. At the moment, it's very even. We've got a little leader in the top of our screen there, actually, Amarita. So it's going to be interesting to see what goes down in this race as we come into this first turn of many. See the turn, and it is first in lane 0, Amarita, followed by lane 5, Dakota Mathers, lane 6 as well, Taylor Watson. Now crossing to the 75. I've already seen Kelly waving on her athlete to make a play early. We know that they're going to definitely have the back end to do so. Maybe she's telling them, hey, there's someone in lane 0 that's going out pretty quick as well. It's looking like it's our middle lanes. It's 4, 5, 6 and 7 that are going to hit the wall first, and it is Dakota Mathers followed by Greta Saville and Taylor Watson, 105s and 106 for our third place. It seems to be Nunawading ready to make the first play here. About to hit this third turn. In Nunawading, lane 5, 140.17, that's a great start. 140.9 for second, Greta Saville, and 141.6 for lane 6, Taylor Watson.
Yeah, Dakota just starting to take charge of this race at the moment, pulling away from the other girls here. We come down to the 200 metre mark, so the halfway point.
The halfway mark, still Nunawading, 214.86, followed by Greta Saville and Taylor Watkins. Oh, and we've also got someone else in the mix. It's Danielle Asiata in third, our visitor. So she's made her shift across that second 100. And now we're going to look to see if she's going to build and make a play for Nunawading. It's a 4-horse race here, but we still also got the top of our screen. Amarita, she turned 5th. She is still in line with those other 3 girls. It's going to be Dakota Mathers. She's split faster in this 50 than the previous, as well as Greta Saville and Danielle Asiata. So they're building really nice in this race as we now progress into 150 metres to go.
Dakota looking great here this morning. You can see she's sitting up nice and high in the water there. Legs keeping her at the surface, so there's not a lot of drag going on, having a really consistent swim here. Greta behind her just lifted her rate off the wall there, trying to narrow the gap.
Now coming into this closing turn here, 85 metres to go. Still all Nunawading here. Dakota Mathers has set herself up well from the beginning, so she'll be looking to hold her position as we come into this turn. She saw the pacing of the previous heat. She knows what she needs to do to put herself into a good position before this 4th and final heat. Second place, Greta Saville, will be looking to see her push this next 50, see maybe she can catch up. We've seen that across this meet so far. Third place is our visitor, Danielle Asiata. They're the 3, but 4th place, Taylor Watson, is coming home very, very strong, as well as our outside lane as well. Marita in 5th.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing Taylor Watson's progression over the last few years. Starting off as a junior athlete and just gradual improvement. Keeping in the sport till we get to these athletes to an older age. Not seeing them drop out early is something that we really love. Having so many girls competing in this 17, 18-year age group this year.
fourth and final heat is stacked. We've got a lot of big names in this age group. Giselle Davey, lane 5. Chloe Millard, younger sister of Noah Millard, who's a fantastic middle distance swimmer here in Victoria. She's taken a year off from college at Yale to race here for Olympic trials this year. And he's also the Ivy League record holder in the 500-yard freestyle. So I'm sure older brother Noah's given Chloe some tips for this race, but first place is Chloe. So obviously the tips is to get out quick from older brother Noah. Second place is Stephanie Moran. Third, Francesca Hanlon. Seen Giselle smash out these lower distance races as well. So I'd be looking to see her make a play a little earlier than the rest of the field.
Yeah, we know Giselle definitely has that front end speed, winner of our 100 freestyle last night.
Coming to the turn here at 100. We've just seen Arabella Barr and Giselle Davey take the lead.
Giselle with a great turn there. Onto the wall behind Arabella, but then coming up and surfacing just narrowly in front. So turns once again proving to be super important here. And that free speed that we spoke about yesterday, an easy way of dropping time without putting in a lot more effort.
We come into 150 metres now. Still looking like it's going to be our same three from before. So as we hit the turn, only .02 separating first and second. Chloe Millard not too far behind. In third, fourth is Mackenzie Hunter as she starts to make her move. Far behind is Tarly Gant as well, Surrey Park. So it's looking like these 5 girls are going to have a great race. They're beginning to establish their positions in this race. Having a new third position, Mackenzie Hunter's made her move. Another MLC girl. As we're still got Arabella Barr in the lead, followed by Giselle Davey. It's looking like Giselle now is starting to make a shift. You start to see those legs kicking, but just notice Arabella's also turned her legs on, so she knows that Giselle's looking to make a play. She's not going to let her.
Yeah, Mackie over in lane 3 has had a super successful year in these longer distance events, including the open water, which she did compete at last weekend. Unfortunately for Mac, she got really sick after Saturday and has struggled through this week of training, but it's great to see her having a really good heat swim this morning here in the 400 free. She's really caught up to these girls in the last 100 metres.
Coming into 300 metres now. The 3 girls here have established themselves. It's still Arabella. They're all 323s. It's so close. Only .2 separating the 3, but Giselle has come off that wall looking to get away on this 50. I think she's trusting her final 50. She's going to have the speed to get over the top. While she's looking at the rest of the 2 girls with her, she's got to make that play now. Middle distance swimmer, coach, Olympian Kendrick Monk waving her on. Elton team also waving on their athletes as we turn, and it's still Arabella Barr, not too far behind though. It's only .5 separating the field, but Giselle has taken the lead. She is powering her way home. She's made her play at the perfect time as we enter 25 to go.
Yeah, every turn Giselle just really worked off the wall, regained the lead. Arabella Barr had to work a lot harder in the swim to overtake her on each lap. And the little save in energy is really showing in this last 25 metres. Giselle will touch the wall in first. She's gone a 4:31.2. Arabella 4:31.9. Mackie's touch pad hasn't gone off, but she will finish in third in this heat.
Fantastic swims from those middle 3 athletes there. Giselle Davey first, Arabella second, and Mackenzie Hunter third as we move to our men's. Long hold there for our opening heat of the men's 17-18 400 metres freestyle. 2 withdrawals here, Cooper Lambert, Cooper Sutherland. But it's a great start across the field, very even so far, but it's looking like Mayan, Busker, and LC Boy going to take it out pretty strong. We've also got James Duncan at the bottom of our screen in lane 7. First turn here to 29.39, all 29s across the board. Cam Tregarkis as well in 29.98. Hamish Langman, our visitor, in second position. Into the 75 metre mark now. Still pretty even across the board here. So 3 heats, so not as many entries as our women's before. So any 4 of these boys could make a play to get themselves a position into that top 10. It's the later end of the program. We're going to see some people pull out of events. And some people that have had big programs now start to feel the onset of fatigue over the program. But we know that this 17s to 18s freestyle is stacked with talent. So we now move towards our third wall. Looking like the 2 boys there have separated themselves. James Duncan and Mayan Busker. 136 and 137 respectively for Mayan and James. Followed by our other pairing there. Only .06 separates third and fourth. Cam and Hamish. They're not going to want to let Mayan and James get too far away. Already just started to see Cam Tregarkis make his play now. At the moment it's all Mayan as we come into the 200 metre mark. It's a 209.11. Followed by second now is Hamish Langman. So our visitor has now made a play as James Duncan, 212.18 and 212.34 for Cam at the top of our screen. Nice long stroke from Mayan. He's got to just be very efficient through this third 100, but begin to turn on the jets as he hits that turn. It's a build into the turn out, get that free speed, and start to extend his lead. Got himself 3 seconds now on the field. Still in second, Hamish Langman, James Duncan third. It's going to be a nice battle for those minor positions as well. At the moment, still all Mayan, Busker. When he faces the coach's way on this next 50, he's going to be getting a nice wave. Tell him to pick up the pace. So 3:18.0 for our leader, 320.8, 322.5 for James Duncan, and 323.5 for Cam Tregarkis. Move into this final 100. Like our visitor, Hamish Langman is turning on the jets, slightly looking forward at the feet of Mayan, our leader, trying to see what he can do here to catch up. Coming to this final turn, but it's still Mayan, 351.82. Hamish Langman, second, 354.16. Third is 358.78, 359.87 for fourth, Cam Tregarkis. Cam's looked to have made a play. I think he wants that third position, but it is coming down to be a really nice battle now. The 2 boys are facing each other. Langman's left his play to this last 75 metres. It's coming down to the finish now. Who's going to get the touch? He's just gotten the touch there, our leader the whole time, Mayan Busker. 424.08, 424.29 for Hamish Langman, our visitor. James Duncan gets the touch, 434.4 and 435.4 for Cam Tregarkis, MLC boy as well. Great start there from Western Melbourne Propulsion's Tyler Theodore, as well as Rowan Ween. There are plenty waves. Very smooth dives, and they're out, attacking this 400 from the get-go.
Yeah, keen to see what Rowan Wine can do in this race. He did his first ever time under 200 in the 200 earlier in this competition. So he's kind of swum into a little bit of form. Didn't start day one off the best, but really coming through as each day progresses.
28.0 is our leader, Rowan Wine, followed by our visitor, Luke Lindsay, in second. Third place is Tyler Theodore at the moment. And we're still pretty even across the board as we pass the 85 metre mark, but Norwood Visitor has begun to make his play. There are plenty. Rowan's Ween's not going to let him get away though. 59.21, 59.98 for 1 and 2. Minute .47 for Lachlan Washington, our other visitor, and a minute .6 for Tyler Theodore.
Keep an eye on lane 6 as well. Cam was your winner for the 400 IM, so we know he's got a lot of stamina, a lot of endurance. Tends to make his move on about that last 100 usually, so I'll be keeping my eye on both sides of the pool here. But at the moment, your visitor coming out really strong. Luke Lindsay in lane 4. His entry time a fair way ahead of the rest of the boys in this field, so not surprising to see him with a bit of a dominant lead early on. 4:04, definitely one of those goal sheet cards I imagine is to break that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, it's a big achievement. We've actually just looking at our record before. 3:42.8 for Mac Horton, Olympic gold medalist 2016. So probably going to be a long-standing record, that record. I'm not sure. It's going to take a very special someone to get there.
Absolutely. A bit of Victorian royalty in Mac. Yeah. The golden boy of swimming Victoria, some might say.
Yes, for sure. As we now cross into this 250-metre mark, still our leader, Luke Lindsay. Far behind, though. It's looking like it's going to be a great fight for these minor positions. Second, third, Lachlan and Cameron. Fourth is Rowan Ween and Tyler Theodore in fifth. Split a little faster there. But if they're going to want to catch our leader, they're going to need to make their shift now. As the field is slowly evening out. Tyler Norton as well in sixth. He's started to push up into the mix. Into the close of the 300-metre mark. It is 3:08.44 for Luke Lindsay, 3:11s for Lachlan Cameron, only 0.15 separating them. Rowan Ween and Tyler Theodore not too far behind. It's looking like it's going to be a great race. We've just seen the leg switch on from the whole field. It is now powering your way home. You've got to make sure you're kicking up onto that catch, hold the water and push it. And behind you as we move now into this turn. Final turn. It's a 3:41.1 for Luke Lindsay, followed by 3:43s for Lachlan Washington and Cameron Riccini. Fourth, fifth and sixth is a tight fight as well.
Cam's really shifting gears here. He's mowing down Luke Lindsay in lane 4. Whether he can get there by the end of the pool, Luke breathing to the other side, so not sure if he's seen Cam as he overtakes him with 5 metres to go. I reckon he will get his hand on the wall first. It'll be Cam Riccini of Geelong, 4:12.51. Luke Lindsay, 4:12.92.
29.93 in the last 50 for Riccini. He's left it late, but it's worked.
Shakes his head.
Wasn't happy. Maybe he had a little too much energy in the gas tank towards the end. As our final heat steps up here. the water now is our third and final heat. We've had one pull out, Xavier Purcell. But a lot of very fast freestylers, Tommy Lane, Liam Malloy, the two of them together along with their coach Kelly Stubbins, looking to take out every single freestyle event here in the 17-18s age group.
Battle of the training partners in this race. The boys over in 0 and 1, Surrey Park, 2 and 3, Nunawading, and 4 and 5, Cheltenham Swimming Club.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really great battle here. Jesse Phillips, also great distance swimmer, older brother, great distance swimmer as well. Tyler Land off to a great start as well as we hit the 100-metre mark. Our top three is Tommy Lane, Liam Malloy, Joshua Carnes.
Yeah,
so by Tyler
Josh
Land.
told me last night he's definitely going to go by Josh. Only gets called Joshua by his mum when he's in trouble. So
Okay, I'll make sure it's just Joshy then. Joshy Carnes. Too far behind our leaders, Tommy Lane and Liam Malloy. Probably look for Tommy just to chill himself out this morning. He qualified for the 400 freestyle Youth Com Games. Smashed that out of the park alongside his coach Kelly Stubbins. Both fantastic trainers, Liam Malloy and Tommy Lane, as they hold the 1 and 2 positions. So it's a battle for bragging rights here. Tommy is looking super smooth. He hasn't brought in that galloping stroke like he usually does towards the later half when he wants to switch gears.
yeah, I was just noticing that both the Cheltenham boys really looking very relaxed early on in this 400. It just looked like as they came under the flags there, they picked it up. So they're building into their turns. That might have been an instruction given by Coach Kelly. Work your walls, work your skills, and try and have a comfortable heat swim this morning.
Yeah, so it's the two Cheltenham boys leading the dance here. Too far behind, though, is Josh Carnes, who's looking to stay with them. But those two boys from Cheltenham, they're smart. I know they need to just look for that placing, and they're not going to expend a lot of energy just to put down a fast time this morning. Can't win it from the heats. It's all just about placings and setting yourself up to be in the best position tonight. Even though you can win from any lane, those centre lanes are always just better to be in. You get to see out the whole field. Tommy's looking smooth, and Joshua Carnes has made his play now. So he's picked up the pace. We've seen some whistling and some waving from the Surrey Park coaches as well for their athletes. We come into this turn here. Tommy Lane touches in first, 3:10.13, 3:10.126, and 3:10.76 for our top three. So Liam's now looking back over at Josh Carnes. He's going to start to shift to hold his position as well. Those two boys will be looking to go lane 4 and 5 tonight.
Yeah, I certainly think this last lap's definitely going to be an interesting one. Just the boys trying to get the lane that they want to secure this evening. How important is it to be in the middle of that pool tonight? Bit of strategy goes on as well. You watch the times in the heats before. Who do you want to be next to? So if you obviously are going to go in thinking you're the one that's going to be the winner, but who's going to push you along the most? What side of the pool do you want to be in? And where's all that action going to be coming from later this evening?
Top of our screen now starting to fill out. We've just seen Surrey Park's Connor Hayes make his play, and Owen Williams, Polly also moved into for that fourth position from sixth. As we come down to the touch, it is a 4:13.8, 4:14.1 and 4:14.2 for our middle three, followed by Owen Williams, Polly, 4:14.7. Great swims from the boys there to cap off our 400-metre freestyles.
Event 128 now, the girls' 12-year-olds 200-metre breaststroke event. We have 2 heats. 200 metres breaststroke. Pretty tough event on those legs. These girls will be trying to utilise their underwater split strokes off each wall. Remember, the further they get underwater, the less swimming they have to do along that pool, so they conserve a little bit more energy. At the halfway mark, your leader is Maisie Graves in lane 5. She's turned in a 127.26. Followed onto the wall by Adelaide Ripper, 128.51. Under breaststroke stroke looks a little bit different to what you might see in a 50 or 100 meter event. Athletes in the first half of this race really trying to lengthen out, get as much out of that glide phase as possible, and while they're completing that glide phase, looking to be in as good of a streamline as they can possibly be, so they're not creating too much drag. As we come down under the 15-meter rope to finish off this 200, Adelaide Ripper really shining in the second half of this race. She's going to hit the wall in first. A time of 3:03.15, so a small PB for her this morning. Big smile on her face, happy with that one. Maisie Graves in second, 3:06.56. And Tess Izzard in lane 6. She'll grab that third place spot here, 3:07.25. Have a look at what the time that come fifth got. That was a 3:09, so keep in mind that's the pace to try and make that top 10. These girls really want to get another opportunity to race faster again this evening. Heat 2 underway now, second and final heat. Girls 12-year-olds 200 metres breaststroke. Lanes 4 and 5 off to a good start. As well as the swimmer in lane 7 from PLC. Leading it out nicely on this first 50. First 50 always about just establishing that rhythm, that stroke rate that you want to hold for the rest of the swim. Often you'll hear coaches talk about easy speed. When we speak to our young athletes, sometimes they get a little bit confused, only hear half of that, go out a little bit too easy, or just hear the speed part and go out a little bit too fast and struggle in the second half of a 200. As the girls in 4 and 5 pretty much stroke for stroke at the moment. Lucy Reed maybe just a little bit quicker on the rating here. We're looking to hit the wall on that full stroke, so no glides into those turns. We don't want to lose speed or momentum coming into our finish. But lap 3 is seeing Arabella Johnson, the Geelong swimmer in lane 4, start to move ahead here. So it's definitely going to be an interesting final lap. Still not a lot of difference between them, so it is anyone's race at this point. Vivian Van in lane 7, she's hanging on to that 3rd place position. But Marissa Batso-Giannis is catching her, so those 4 girls out in front at the moment. Our leaders, 15 metres left to swim in this 200 breaststroke. Arabella Johnson now about half a body length on Lucy Reed. I think she'll hang on to it coming into the wall. She's still keeping that stroke nice and long. Time finished really well there, 3:01.61. Another little drop in time. Lucy Reed second, 3:02.76, and Vivian Van hangs on to that 3rd place spot, 3:07.59. Event 129 in the water now. This is the boys 12-year-olds 200 metre breaststroke. In this event this morning we have 3 heats. Off to a great start is Jaden Zheng in lane 3. Swimmer from Ringwood Swimming Club. Noticed a few great swims from early heats from Ringwood swimmers this morning. Jaden continuing with that momentum. Also out really well is Arjun Chahal from Nunawading, swimmer in lane 5. Third 50, Charlie Warburton making a little bit of a shift, closing that gap between himself and the 2 boys in 5 and 3, but turning in first will be Arjun Chahal.
Now as we enter that final 50 metres, the whistles, the yells as the heads pop up on the breaths. Nunawading now taking this lead really nicely as we cross with 25 metres to go. It's going to be a great battle for second, but Yarra Plenty's starting to make a little bit of ground on Nunawading as we cross the 15-metre rope, and Ringwood's not too far behind.
Yeah, I think Charlie's left his run a little bit too late in this 200. So tonight we might see him take it out a little bit faster early on. Because that second half was really quick from him. So
we've got the Wodonga team behind us yelling it for Cooper Scott, lane 6. Warning touches in 4th as well. Titus in 4th for Cooper Scott. 6th, Lan Vu. 7th is Dex Kumba. We move to Heat 2. As we're now underway in this Heat 2, crossing that 75-metre mark, is Quinn Richards in lane 4. Really nice long stroke, gets up nice high out of the water and surging forward. So just seen that rate pick up. Remember to check out the H2 Growth study for age 12 to 15, just located on the other side of the grandstand near the cafe. As we now see Kepler Schneider's rate pick up, and he's now starting to chase down our leader.
He's had a few sneaky looks over to that side of the pool as well, so just checking out where Quinn Richards is sitting in this race, seeing if he's got enough to catch him, I reckon.
He might have. He started his push early, and as we've hit the wall, it's a 2:08.06.
That was a long glide into the turn though from Kepi, so some more room for improvement for finals tonight, which is great from our junior athletes.
It's also looking to be a really interesting race for that third position. We've got two boys fighting it out. We've got Han Tang Wang and Benjamin Shang as well as Tom McMahon fighting out for that third position. It's looking like Wang has asserted himself into that position. He's left his push really late. That rate is really high. He's surging forward with every stroke. Now as Kepi's begun to slow down, it's going to be the touch of Quinn Richards. Lane 4, 253.29. Followed by Kepi, 257.84, and just under that 3 minutes is Hang Tang Wang, 259.97. Fantastic final 50 there from our third place athlete.
Yeah, he really lifted. It looked like he had a lot left over in that tank, so we expect him to make that gear shift a little bit sooner in tonight's final. See what he can pull out later on. So we have just seen a disqualification come up on the board. That is going to affect our results from that heat and who's made it into the final. So we'll wait and hear from our officials what that was for as we move on to our third and final heat of the boys 12-year-olds 200 meters breaststroke. Our technical officials choosing to hold our athletes a little bit longer on the blocks there as well. So we've noticed that a few times this morning. They're just making sure all those athletes are keeping super still. There's no movement before the start, and it's a clean, even start across the board. Our technical officials volunteer their time over these 5 days to come and support our Swimming Victoria competitions. Make sure you thank them for all the hard work they do. Without their involvement, we wouldn't be able to run these championships and have our times official to be able to qualify for future events. So massive thank you to all our technical officials here at State Championships this year. We love and appreciate the hard work you guys do and the support you have for all of our athletes.
We cross the 75 metre mark now. It's Surrey Park in the lead. Aston Wilson, led by Ethan Werzer, not too far behind, but Ethan has started to make his play as we cross the 85 metre mark. He's now just snuck ahead. It's a nice little battle as well for third. We've got another Surrey Park boy, Shark Ismail, Alan Zhang, to snatch that third position from each other as we see Ethan Werzer, our visitor, turn in first. 120.79, Aston Wilson 121.4, followed by our 125.75 for Shark Ismail. And it's a tie for third in Alan Zhang. So this is as close as it gets for that third position. It's going to be super important. We've had 3 heats. We're going to be wanting to at least make that top 4 to secure a spot in that final, just based off of placings. So we now move through the flags here. We have seen that Ethan Werzer has done a fantastic job of just building himself in that third 50, and that was a great turn there. 204.4. He's just put 3 seconds from his second place. Aston Wilson, Surrey Park, so he's done a fantastic job to set himself up to go a really nice race here as we cross with 25 metres to go. So 2:46 was the entry time here. It's going to be close to see hit that. Swimmer swimming at this meet as well. Nick Stupas is the record holder. Saw him in the freestyle events and breaststroke, but 2:49 for Ethan Werzer, so a little over PB, but that's fine in the heats. He's gone for that place. Aston Wilson 2:53, and a great finish as well from Ishaq Ismail from Surrey Park, 2:56.3. Some great PBs on the board there from our final heat of boys 200 breaststrokes. underway now in this 200 IM females 13s. Heat 1, Chelsea running with a fantastic start, 33.78, followed by Holly Hume and Mika Thapper, 35s for our second and third as we transition into the backstroke leg. This is where we're going to look to see the rate build. It's a bit more of an arm-dominant leg.
Yeah, Chelsea Ronning had a great 200-metre backstroke earlier today. Not surprising that she's maintaining this lead. Always interesting to see this changeover from the backstroke leg to the breaststroke. A few of the girls opting for the normal standard, just touch the wall, turn around. I did see lane 4 had a really nice crossover turn there. Georgie Skinner.
As we move now into this breaststroke leg, as we always say, there's always a breaststroker somewhere in every heat. Something like Western Melbourne Propulsion's Cassandra Kocha is that breaststroker. She's starting to make her move up the field now. She's already moved from 7th into about 5th place, as the other girls are beginning to slow down a little as we have 15 to go. It's really important just to hold through this leg, especially if you're a freestyler and you've just had 3 legs of strokes that you're not really used to. It's about building yourself so that you can transition into that freestyle nicely. And she has just gone from 7th to 1st in 150. And this is what we're saying about our breaststrokers being able to dominate this event.
There is an infraction report for event 129, heat 2. The swimmer in lane 3 has been disqualified. Did not touch the wall with both hands simultaneously at the 150-metre turn. That's event number 129, heat 2, lane 3.
Fantastic finish there from Holly Hume, followed by Propulsion's Cassandra Pascocha. Third place goes to Georgie Skinner. It just shows how important that breaststroke leg is. Those 2 girls were able to get themselves into a nice position to get down and race. Fantastic PBs from them as well.
Alrighty, heat 2 in the water now. 13-year-olds 200 IM. Mary Steele in lane 4 with a really strong butterfly leg. So is Gypsy Quaif out in lane 9. But it will be Zoe Behrens over in lane 1 who gets her hands on the wall first. 34.26. A lot of action over on the far side of the pool now. Romina in lane 2, just starting to work her way forward in this backstroke leg. So is Neve King.
Great build through this backstroke from our leading 2 athletes as we come into the touch here. That turn so important. 116.716, 16.9 for 1 and 2. 118.3 for Mary Steele in 3rd. There's definitely going to be a breaststroker somewhere. At the moment, it is a battle between Propulsion and Monbulk Aquatic. Stroke for stroke here in this breaststroke. It's still our same two. They seem to have separated themselves a little bit from third here. They're about a body's length away from the field. But at the bottom of our screen, also Geelong swimmer.
Yeah, Abby O'Meara there coming through nicely on this breaststroke leg. She's got that long breaststroke, so looking to conserve a little bit of energy, not overrating in this. Hopefully she'll have a little bit left in the legs for that freestyle. But it is still our swimmers equally touching the wall there after that breaststroke leg in a 208.7.
It's all going to come down to this freestyle leg. Who's set themselves up the best? And it's looking like it's going to be Monbulk's Neve King, who is powering away in this freestyle. She's put a body's length on everyone, but you can't count out O'Meara as well at the bottom of your screen. She is also there, as well as Mary Steele has pushed herself back into this race. So it's going to be really close. We see the coaches waving. Marcus Blake, propulsion coach, waving on his athlete as the field evens up into this freestyle. We see the touch. It's a 2:46.14.
Mary will grab second there.
Third
Abby hangs on for third.
Fourth place as well is Ramina Vargas as well.
Heat 3 hitting the water now. And we've got 5 Nunawading swimmers in this event. So all those Nunna kids in this 200 IM this morning. Plenty of 13-year-old girls out in the east. Tiffany Liu commanding that lead in the first 50. She's already separated herself by a whole second in front of Macy Smike in lane 1. The rest of the athletes in a pretty straight line across the pool. Not a lot of difference between these Nunawading girls. Training partners, teammates. Oh gosh, Tiffany Liu's just looking great at the moment. The swimmer from Melbourne Swimming Club. 2 body lengths on the next girls. She'll hit the wall in a 1:12.12. Now got a 3-second lead on Kayla Enters in lane 7. But here come those breaststrokers. Big centre swimmer in lane 5, Lola. She's had a great meet. Picked up a few medals in the breaststroke over the last few days. Very competitive athlete as well. We know she loves a race. She loves a bit of an underdog feat as well, so coming in and catching, playing cat and mouse and chasing down the girls in front of her. She's trying to narrow the gap between herself and Tiffany Liu. Kayla in lane 7 is hanging on there as well, so the 3 of those girls seem to be the ones in the mix for top 3 at the moment.
As we leave the 150 mark into that final freestyle leg, we've seen so many people be able to pull themselves away from the field and also get themselves into that top 3 position. So important. We've only got 5 heats. Now coming into the final 15 metres, and it is still all our leader, Tiffany Liu. But she's going to have a battle on her hands. Lola Sushans has had a great meet so far, as well as Nunawading's Keela Enters. It's a 2:37 and 2:38 for our second and third places. Fourth is Macy Smick. So some fantastic swims in Heat 3. They've set the standard now for Heat 4 and 5. Let's see what they get to now. underway now. Heat 4 of our 200 medleys, 13s, and it's a great start in the middle of the pool from Nuttawatting Zara Owanyi and Vera Zheng as well, just on the other side, as well as Zara Jeffrey. So it's a battle of the Zaras in the middle so far as well. At the bottom of our screen, Clara Fay, our visitor from Norwood, South Australia. She's looking like she's going to be taking it out nearly first. Zara Jeffrey in first, second Clara Fay, and then the other Zara from Nuttawatting in third. As we move to the backstroke leg now, we want to see a strong build here. We've just seen what those other girls in the previous heat were able to do. See how they go here as we cross the halfway point of the backstroke.
So Zara Olawani in lane 4, still your leader, looking really strong in this breaststroke. Zara Jeffrey trying to go with her and make a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Watch out for those breaststroke specialists in this race. We're seeing a little bit of a move from the girls over in 2 and 3. But I don't think anyone's going to be catching the two Zaras in the middle at this point in the race.
Fantastic breaststroke leg from Nuttawatting here as we hit the touch in a 157.67, so 2 seconds ahead of our leader in the previous heat. But this is a medley. We don't know whether her freestyle is better than our previous winner. Second place, Zara Jeffrey. Third place, Lily Chan. Fantastic breaststroke leg there. Fourth, Waylon Truong. It's going to be a close fight for these minor placings as well. As we come into the final 25, we see the Camberwell coaches waving on their athlete. Nuttawatting also yelling out through that breaststroke leg for their two athletes.
Yeah, Zara looks pretty comfortable coming into the wall here. She hasn't done too much in that freestyle leg, so you'd expect her to have a little bit more this afternoon. Zara Jeffrey grabs second. So 2:35 our winner, 2:38 Zara Jeffrey, and Lily Chan finished off super strong in that IM. She'll take third in this heat, 2:39.38.
Away now, our final heat of the 200 medley females 13s. Had a couple of pullouts here, but that means that it's anyone's game. Probably takes a bit of pressure off those girls that are waiting to see the results from this heat.
So no lane 2 for or lane 6. Definitely opens up those positions for finals tonight. We do know our 13-year-old girls had a few swims today. So earlier 200 backstroke, now the IM, and then later on this morning you'll see them in the 400 freestyle. So maybe some of these girls competing in a 400 later on, just trying to conserve a bit of energy.
We move into the closing meters of this backstroke leg halfway through our medley swim. It's all important to just build those arms through, keep the legs for that breaststroke. It's a 111.9 for Cheltenham's Madeline Harvey. Second place at Mia Mifsud. Third place at Jamie Di Bozzati as well. Not too far behind that second place. To see some people make a shift in this breaststroke try and go for that winning position by the freestyle.
Yeah, we'd expect Maddie Harvey to have a good, strong last 50 metres here, training out of Cheltenham. Kelly Stubbins loves a longer race, a bit of endurance. But also Mia Mifsud, great 800, 1500 metre longer distance specialist, also a really, really good 200 butterfly. So we know she's tough. I wouldn't expect her to be dropping off anytime soon.
Now moving to that freestyle leg, 35 metres to go here, and the Cheltenham swimmer Madeline Harvey has put some good distance between her and the rest of the field. Still coming in strong is Mia Mifsud. She turned at the wall at 2:03, and she is chasing down Madeline, trying to do everything that she can to make sure she hits a good time to maybe end up in that top 10, especially with a few pullouts in those centre lanes. It's up for grabs, and she has gone 239.39, our winner 235.3. Third place is Ariana Medjic, a fantastic breaststroke freestyle leg, 242.98.
And look at the time difference there between 4th to 6th. Only 0.2 separating those three girls, so really close race onto the wall there.
Away now, our first 50. We already have leader Hugo Carson of our 13s, 200 medley, heat 1, 32.85. Stormed ahead here, but not too far behind him is Su Yet Chen, who was in third at the wall, but he has progressed really well. He must have that backstroke ability. It's pretty even across this top three so far. Not too far behind is fourth Samuel Pizzoli. We've already started to hear the whistles from the coaches across the other side. They're saying build into that wall, hit that turn. And we've got a new leader, Hugo Carson, 1:15.08, followed by Michael Fan and Su Yet Chen. That's why it's so important. Su had that lead into that wall in the backstroke, but you can't slow up there. You need all that momentum in and out of the wall to carry through into the breaststroke.
Yeah, 200 IM, one of my favourite events to watch on our program here at these championships, particularly in the age groups. You notice there's definitely those strengths and weaknesses across the board that shine, and we often see changes in leaders throughout the whole race. So it always keeps it interesting, keeps it exciting, and it's definitely a fun one to compete in and watch.
Hit the wall now as we transition into this final 50. Samuel Pizzoli, he must be the breaststroker there. He's gotten himself into the lead. That's what it's all about. That race plan's got to set you up for that final 50 metres to be in a position where you can go out there and compete. And it is neck and neck, stroke and stroke. But Pizzoli is taking the lead. He's got second wind. He is chasing down for that wall. Close second, though, is Michael Fan. Hugo Carson on the other side of him. And not too far away as well as it comes into the touch. You can't be slowing down now. We're going to get the touch, and it's a 2:41.42. Michael Fan, Samuel Pizzoli, 2:41.71. Third place, 2:43.39, and 2:45.99 for Chen.
Yeah, great race onto the wall there from the boys in Heat 1, keeping it interesting for us this morning. Sometimes it can be a little bit flat on day 4, usually tends to pick up on day 5, so a lot of our coaches and team managers doing a lot of work to keep those athletes' spirits high, keep those levels of motivation up.
Heat 2 of our 13s medleys, and it's a terrific start from Izias Mika and Soshi Kurakawa, our visitors here. One of them training out of Ivanhoe Swimming Club. It's looking like it's going to be a fantastic race so far as one of our visitors begins to make his play in this backstroke leg. The others aren't going to let him quite get away soon. It's been a fantastic leg from lane 6's Cade Faulkner. So, easiest touches first, 1:11.21. It was a delayed time there from Cade Faulkner. I only saw the time pop up when his feet hit the wall, but Soshi is now going to be coming at them in this breaststroke leg, chasing him down. Just see a quick little look. Also got Xavier Eagle, our 200 breaststroke winner last night, and you can see the outside smoke. Climmy's nephew chasing down the field, and we know that he's going to have that competitive spirit in him. Champion uncle, as we now move into the later end of this 50-metre breaststroke leg of our IM. We're going to hit the wall here. And it is Soshi Kurakawa, a breaststroker, 1:55.00. Second place, Izias Mika. Third place, Cade Faulkner. As we move into the freestyle, and Soshi has taken off with this race. He's a full 2 bodies lengths ahead, but Cade Faulkner is also having a fantastic freestyle leg, as well as Xavier Eagle and Jack Trinides. Cade's just gotten over the top here. We're coming into the finish now. It's going to be a fantastic time here, 2:29.44.
Dominant performance by Soshi.
Cade Faulkner, 2:32 as well. Izias Mika, 2:33.15. This has been some fantastic swimming from these boys, so definitely sending out some warnings to our Heat 3 and 4. Right now, Heat 3 is well and truly underway as we enter the closings of this backstroke leg. It is Jacob Ritchie's, who's out at 29.8 in that butterfly, which is a fantastic start. Looked really comfortable. Now hits the timing on that back to breast turn, 108.89. So now this is where we hit the breaststroke. We've seen so many people. We've got Byron Geng and Leon Vidal from our final of the 200 breaststroke last night. We just saw Xavier Eagle make his play in that 200 IM in the breaststroke leg. So look to see those boys push through, start to catch up with the field. At the moment, it is still all Riches in the middle, as well as Titus Tang as well on the other side. William Cow and Byron Geng starting to make their push through, as well as Leon Vidal. He has made some significant ground. So we hit the turn. It's a 153.94 for Jacob Riches. Titus Tang, Byron Geng touching in second and third. Leon Vidal not too far behind, as well as William Cow in fourth. And this is going to be a really tight race on the finish for those minor placings, but it is all Jacob Riches as we're coming through into this final 15 metres. Maybe he's slowing up ever so slightly, maybe conserving a bit of energy. He's probably pretty happy. You can't see anyone across the field from him. But this is a great race for second now, as William Cow and Titus Tang battle it out. It's coming down to the touch, and it is William Cow. He kept those legs going into the finish. Titus Tang third, Byron Geng fantastic swim in fourth, and Leon Vidal in fifth. Great finish to our 200 medleys, 13s, 3. One more to go. Now underway of our 13s. It's our final heat. Some fantastic swimming that we've seen so far. So there's previous heats have set the standards really high with a lot of PBs. So these boys are going to have to look to drop some time maybe to sneak into that top 10 or be well and truly on PB as we hit the butterfly. Harry McCraw first in a 29.95.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight race for those minor placings going into the final tonight. Some solid swims from our leaders, but across the board it's been very even for our third and fourth placings in each heat. So keep an eye on the board, keep an eye on the time. Harry McGraw comfortably in the lead here. Great meet for him. Superstar swimmer from Melbourne Swimming Club. He comes into the wall, turn into that breaststroke leg. He's got a lead of 3 seconds on Gabriel Wong.
Now we move into the breaststroke, and this is where we always see a shift in positions, and we've just seen that from Ivanhoe's Kasai Kojima.
One of our visiting athletes from Japan.
He's pushing through now, as well as Gabriel Wong and Leo Nolan. Callum Otto as well on the other side there from Caulfield, starting to push through as well. Fantastic breaststroke. But it's still our leader, Harry McCraw. Had a fantastic meet so far. He's going to touch the wall at a 149.6. Next up to touch the wall, though, is Kasai Kojima, 155.1. So he's got 6 seconds ahead of the field here. He'll probably be able to just ease up. I'd say maybe for tonight he's just got to fix up that timing on that back to breaststroke turn. A little slow. You want to be wax on, wax off those walls, especially in a complex turn like that back to breaststroke one. As we close out this race here, it's a really interesting race for that third position. We've got 2 athletes battling it out. Ivanhoe still in that second position. It's a 2:23.42 for Harry McCraw, 2:28.34 for Kojima. Third place goes to Leo Nolan. Fantastic breaststroke leg to set up that freestyle, and a 2:32.55. way now is our 14s females 100-metre breaststroke. It's a fantastic start. The field's already split up a fair bit. It's going to be our first swimmer to hit the wall is Memphis Johnson, followed by our visitor Charlize Green, and third goes to Yan Lee. So 35-6 out. The coaches are whistling. Geelong's had a fantastic start to this morning's session. The rate has increased as we're crossing the 75-metre mark. The cheers are loud. The crowd is up and about here for these 14s 100 breaststrokes. We have 3 heats. So it's anyone's game to get a spot into this final. As we come into the closing 10 metres, we've got our 3 leaders now. As one touches the wall, it's a 1:17.86, followed by a 1:19.82 or 3, and a 1:21.96. So the same 3 that hit the 50 first are the ones that take it out. On to heat 2. Diving in is heat 2 of 3 in our 100 breaststrokes females 14s. It's a terrific split stroke there from Nunawading's GU Sierra. She has gotten herself off to a magnificent start, as well as lane 1's Wei Liu. But surging through that middle is Kurato, lane 5. We are now entering into the flags here, but it's still looking like it's Nunawading's. Sio hits the wall first in a time of 37.3, so on par with our second position from the previous heat. Second place as well, Amy Pruis. She came through very nicely towards the end of that 50 as we now move, as we're about to hit that 75-metre mark. It's still Nunawading at the moment. A teammate, Amy Pruis, about to push through. SGB's Claudia Croalta. She has surged through perfectly here. This is great timing, great play. She's now just passing the breaststroke swimmer, Sio from Nunawading, and she's looking to get her hand on the wall first. It's a long touch, but it's a 1:19.03, a 1:19.63 for second, 1:21.15 for Amy Pruis. Only 0.15 behind was Grace Doby in fourth.
Third and final heat now of the girls' 14-year-olds 100 metres breaststroke. Your fastest qualifier in lane 4. Annie Steele is off to an explosive first 25 in this 100. She's really setting the pace here. Got that rating up nice and high. We're looking to see if she can hold on to it in the second 50.
She's going to hit the wall fast. I think she just saw that heat 1:35 leading out, and she's done the same. 35.77 for Annie Steele, followed by Ella Matters and Caitlin Ord with 37s. Too far behind those Angelina Nguyen, and this is looking to be a great race because now Ella Matters is bringing it in. She's turned on the jets. The rate's gone up. That was definitely a fast start from St. Leonard's Annie Steele.
Yeah, the girl from Warrnambool mowing down Annie Steele in this last 15 metres. I think Annie just might have seen her and tried to push a little bit harder to hold her off.
It's going to be tight. It's definitely going to come down to the finish. It's looking like it's St. Leonard's. It's a long finish, but a 1:18.41, so faster than the previous heat. 1:19.27 for second. Third, Caitlin Ord. Fourth, Angelina Nguyen. It'll be really tight final tonight, very even across the board.
This is event 133, the boys 14-year-olds 100-meter breaststroke. Taking us off to a great start in lane 4, Milo Dressel-De Bruin. Also often racing quickly, it's your visitor in lane 7, Ewan O'Connor close. Still those two boys who are out fast early, lanes 4 and 7, but watch out. Ben Huang in lane 6 is motoring home here. He's done enough work to overtake Ewan O'Connor close, but not quite enough to catch up to Milo in lane 4. He'll touch first, 113.07. Ben in second, 115.30. And thirds come from the other side of the pool. Cormac Flynn storming home in those last 15 metres to nab that third place position in heat 1. Heat 2 underway now, and we should see some boys out quickly. I know Ash Lansbury in lane 4 loves the sprint breaststroke. Keep an eye on lane 6, Samuel Mills in this first 50. He's chasing down the 50-metre breaststroke national time in this 100-metre event. At the moment, though, Ash with that really high rating in his breaststroke, your current leader, challenged by 5 and 6 on the side of him. He'll touch the wall first, 33.59, so out very, very fast there. Oscar Dingwall in lane 5 in second, and Samuel Mills currently sitting in third. And it's the boys in 2 and 3 having a bit of a challenge, a bit of a crack towards the end of this 100. With a bit of energy left in the tank, it looks like Hamish Evans might be about to get on the wall just in front. Ooh, equal second there, so Ash holds on to that first, 112.85. Hamish and Oscar hit the wall in 113.18 together. So very, very close. Those top 3 swimmers. Third and final heat underway now. Some big starts in the middle. Spencer Davies with a great underwater. He's leading us through at the moment. Not far behind him though, lane 4, Nathan Nye. It will be Spencer Davies who turns in first. The swimmer from Melton Swimming Club having a cracking race here. But this second 50, Dax Conetti from Geelong Swimming Club storming home. He'll take first, 1:12.75. So just a sneaky 0.1 faster than Ash Lansbury in the heat previously. Second, Jacob Chester, and third, Nathan Nye. So a lot of those boys really bring it home strong in that 100-metre sprint. Once again, a big hold on the start here for the girls. 134 200-metre freestyle 15-year-olds. In this event, we have 7 heats, and in the water right now, heat 1, 4 swimmers. All the girls here sitting around that 2:26 mark. Looking to achieve a personal best time this morning as we go around after the first 50. Yuxi Liu in lane 3, setting herself up nicely, out in a 32.13. Seen a few 200 freestyles race over the last few days. Strategy remains the same, pretty similar for all our athletes. Put it out strong but comfortable, bring it home even faster. Looking for that build through in this middle 100. As they turn, we appear to just be having a little bit of a problem with our timing system. It stopped at 55 seconds. Don't panic too much. We have backup systems in place in case this does occur.
Yeah, Hawkeye, such a great system. Takes a bit of pressure off of no more timekeepers, which is crazy, having always grown up with timekeepers. Maybe seeing mum or dad on pool deck or some friends helping out. And also, in case those touchpads don't work or the officials can't quite see something underwater or from above, we have all the cameras around to see everything. So, again, turning is Surrey Park athlete at the top of the screen. In behind is place, not too far behind, just at the feet.
Yuxi Liu from Surrey Park in lane 3. She's led this start to finish. Pretty commanding lead as well over the Shepparton swimmer Izzy Len in lane 4.
Come now into the touch. So the time board has just fixed itself up. 2:21.16, perfect timing there. Our officials to get that fixed. 2:26.33 for Izzy Len. 29.44 and a 2:31.2. Lane 6 to heat 2 of 7.
Heat 2 underway here. Girls 15-year-olds, 200 metres freestyle. It's our outside lanes where all the action's coming from early in this race. Your leader, Salia White, in lane 9. In second, on the other side of the pool, lane 0, it's Grace Richards, followed around by Alicia Overall.
Surrey Park coach Juzzy giving her a wave. Grace Richards in lane 0. Still looking like it's our not wanting swimmer, Salia White. Saw her race yesterday. She's been racing fantastically. And it's actually Grace Richards who's just had the quicker turn there, 107.48. So obviously that yelling and whistling and waving has done something because she is still motoring her way through. She's built her legs in really nicely. At the top of your screen there. Other 3 athletes just underneath her also starting to make their shift.
Coaches, team managers, and spectators and swimmers, please note event 141, there is no heat 1. That's event 141, there is no heat 1.
As we're on the final stretch now of Heat 2, your leader remains the same. It's Grace Richards over on the far side of the pool. Lane 1, she's had a superb swim here from an outside lane. We've shifted our second place swimmer now. Lane 2, Asha Chalmers. She's really starting to challenge race, coming into the wall here.
It's a fantastic race. GB closing out this race really nicely. It's come down to the touch, and she's gotten the touch.
2/100ths of a second.
Finished this race just like another Chalmers, Kyle Chalmers. Strong, long strides in through that finish. 21.52 the winning time. Only 0.02 in it. We move into Heat 3. Heat 3 of our 7 heats of 200 metres freestyle 15s.
Outside lanes, taking it out quickly again over in lane 1, Claire Matheson. A swimmer from Ballarat Gold. She's saying, catch me if you can in this 200. Putting the foot down, maybe a bit of tactics, playing some games with the other swimmers.
30.85, fantastic split in the first 50. Legs chugging along really nicely. Need to push the pace even more in that second 50. She's probably thinking, well, if I can get out even more ahead, maybe the other girls aren't going to try and chase me down. And I can hold on, just focus on holding that technique as I'm entering into that fatigue. But it's also looking like Matilda Thurhag, ocean swimmer as well, starting to push through the volume heavy program, Mr. Melbourne Propulsion, under Marcus Blake, Seb Bedial and Marcus Grillo. As she's shifted into third, and still in first is Claire Matheson. She's done really good. She's held on to this lead nicely. She's extended it to body's length and a half here.
And those legs are still just motoring away behind her, so not looking to drop much pace on this third 50, which is a great sign that there's a little bit left to come.
Yeah, they're going to help her to shift gears now as she comes into the wall. She is picking up pace into that wall as well, which is great to see. She turns at a 144.52, followed by Matilda Thurhag, and Tiana Hardy as well has started to make her play on the outside lane 0, but storming through the middle is Sienna Scadella, propulsion swimmer as well. So it's battle of the training partners for that podium spot, as well as lane 6's Isabella Richardson slowly starting to come through, and Rose Donald as well. At the moment, it's still Claire Matheson holding her lead as we enter the flags. Matilda Thurhag's still there, and Sienna Scadella's moved into that third position. It's a 221.92, a 223.43, and 224.4. First goes to Claire Matheson, second Matilda Thurhag, and third Sienna Scadella.
Great job from Claire over in lane 1. Once again, leading from lap 1 all the way through to the end. So good to see that from her. And a nice little personal best swim there, 3 seconds off her entry time.
Away. Heat 4 of 7 in the 200 metres females 15s. Annabelle Jorgensen, lane 4 is missing. That's all right. Also have missing Anna Borschman, lane 8. Again, outside lanes taking us out quick here. Isabella Stammers, our visitor. Second place, Emily Krellin. And third is Ella Irvine in lane 3. So 31's there to start us off. We had a 30 point in the previous heat on that first 50.
Had a little bit more controlled in this heat 4, so we'll see if they have a better second 100.
Right now, the field is still very even as we come to the halfway point. We've also got Molly Detbarn of SGB coming through. It's the same placings. Rose Vaughan as well has put herself into second. Western Melbourne propulsion swimmer. We've just seen those two propulsion girls in the previous heat move their way up the field in this middle 100. So I'm sure that's a race plan that Marcus Blake has given them. And she has now just taken the lead off everyone. She's holding her length nicely, and you can see those legs starting to kick her way as she's building into this wall here. Vaughan still holding on. Stammers still in the mix as well as we turn, and it is Ella Irvine in first. Second, Rose Vaughan not too far behind. Third place is our visitor, Isabella Stammers. And it's now a race for the top position as we enter with 25 to go.
Yeah, super close. There's absolutely nothing separating these three girls in the lead position at the moment. They've got 15 metres left to swim. Lane 3, Ella Irvine had a bit of a go, but Rose Vaughan really finishing strong in this last 5.
219s for our top three. 219.2, 219.5 and 6 respectively. Isabella Stammers first, Ella Irvine second, Rose Vaughan third. Fantastic swims. Heat 5 of 7 now. And it's a great start from Sophie Jacka. We saw her yesterday smashing out her races so far this meet. It's pretty even as we're heading in as well.
Jessica Whiting out pretty quick in lane 7.
Turns third. First place is Sophie Jacka, 30.2. So these girls are taking it out much quicker, which is what we would expect to see from these final 3 heats. So now push to 75 metres, and this is where the legs have built through. We're starting to now make a play to set ourselves up into that third 50. Coming through the middle, Sophie Jacka as well as Misha Nicholson.
Jess Whiting still in the mix here. Rogan Swimmer out in lane 7, moving away into second. Sophie Jacka remains your leader, 1:03.99.
Coaches are going to start to give Traralgon a wave here. She has set herself up well. We've seen some great swims from Traralgon Swimming Club so far this meet. And we're continuing to see as well, Misha Nicholson as well, and Sophie Jacka still holding on to her lead, and she has turned on the jets here. I think she's going to make a play a little earlier into this wall. She's flying in now. Very fast turn there. 138.28, 138.68 for second, Misha Nicholson. Misha's just split faster, so she's set herself up really nicely to send this final 50. She's facing our leader, Sophie Jacka. As we cross the 25 metre mark now, it's going to be a showdown for that top 2 position.
Sophie just hanging on at the moment, but Misha doing everything in her power to try and catch up and overtake her. I don't think she's got enough there to beat Sophie onto the wall. Doesn't. Sophie Jacka 2:11.6. Misha Nicholson 2:12.1. And third, Jessica Whiting out in lane 7, 2:13.85. So a nice little swim from her in an outside lane.
Underway now, heat 6 of 7 in our 200 freestyles, and this is when things start to heat up. Middle lanes going out really nicely.
Sophia Bolan had a great underwater on that one. She actually came up in first.
Move now to later end of our first 50. Like lane 5, slightly ahead into the wall. We hit the turn, and Alicia Clark, it's just that turn speed, much better than lane 5. Alicia Clark, 29.38 in the first, 3 and 5 in second and third.
Yeah, Clarkie looking pretty good here. I'm liking the kick she's got going out the back. It's really consistent, but it's not overdone. So it's just keeping her motoring along, pushing her ahead as she just starts to take a little bit more of a lead in this second lap. Sophia Bolan trying to go with her. You can see her breathing towards her.
The wall here in 101.2, 101.9 for first and second. Third is a 103.6. So these two girls have asserted themselves into the 1 and 2 position.
There is an infraction report in event 134, heat 5, lane 5. The swimmer has been disqualified, initiated a start before the signal. That's event 134, heat 5, lane 5.
So as we move into this final 50, it's still a battle of Nana Wadding. It's going to be really, really tight here. And able to hold on to this lead, though. She is being pushed by Sophia Borland. It's going to be a nice battle for these minor positions as well. But we're coming into the finish now. It's head down. She gets the touch. It's about 208 low, 208.87. That touchpad didn't go off, but lucky we have Hawkeye to back that time up. Third place, 214, Sarah Cartel.
Just wait for those times to be adjusted here. All right, see, heat 7 in the water now. Plenty of visitors in this heat, so keep an eye on 2, 4, 5, and 6. Remember, only 2 of these swimmers can make it through to our final this evening. So we cap that amount of visitors at 2 per final, allowing 8 spots for our Victorian athletes. Also, a little bit of a shout out to Lane 0, Michaela Larkin. It's Mac's birthday today, so happy birthday, Michaela. Hope you're having a lovely day. At the moment, she's sitting in 3rd, so off to a good start in this 200 freestyle.
Judy Hassan Aman is off to a fantastic start. That rate is really high. She's going for it in the second 50, and that's what you have to do. You have to put the pressure on everyone else. Usually if you put pressure on other people, they're going to make a mistake or they're going to get stressed and they're not sure what they're going to do. And she turns in a 103.4, followed by Clara Karochi, 104.0. And a 106.0 for Jasmine Siros. Our 2 visitors just slightly behind our MLC girl as she is storming through this third 50. Maintaining that stroke rate, and now you're starting to see those legs build through ever so slightly as she comes into this final turn.
Yeah, we've seen Judy in a lot of finals so far across the last 3 days. She's having a great meet here at the Victorian Age Championships. She hangs on to that lead. About 30 metres left to swim here. Just trying to hold off Clara in lane 4, your swimmer from Norwood.
Storming through with 15 metres to go. She's just a stroke ahead. It's going to be interesting to see. It's definitely coming down to the finish. You don't want to slow up in this last 5 metres. It's going to come to the touch. And it is 0.04 to separate them. Judy Hassan Aman, she went out fast and held on just ahead of Clara Karochi. 3rd place, Emma Everett. Our other visitor, 4th, Jasmine Siros. So Victorian able to hold off those visitors. It's going to be a great final tonight.
We move on now to event 135. This is the men's 15 years 200 metres freestyle. In this event this morning, we have 5 heats. Leading us around at the 50-metre mark in Heat 1, Aidan Pendlebury in lane 3. He's gone out in a 28.83. Setting the pace here, not far behind though, was Fraser Allen in lane 7, 28.86. So very close between lanes 3 and 7. A little bit of a change in your leaders after lap 2. Fraser Allen has taken that lead, 101.79, and Miller Nilil over in lane 2, 101.93. All right, and as always, that third lap, really that premiership quarter in a 200 freestyle. Will Panozzo from Cheltenham Swimming Club has come through nicely, as has Edward O'Connor. The boys in 4 and 5 battling it out down to the wall. Looks like it will be your swimmer from Wodonga who touches in first, 209.61. Will grab second out of Heat 1, 210.18. And Fraser Allen in third, 211.62. Heat 2 often racing, and it's a great start out there by lane 5, Alec O'Brien. It's also his birthday today, so happy birthday, Alec. So nice to see these athletes even racing on their birthday. What else would you want to do than be down at MSAC in this glorious, typical Melbourne day? Freezing cold, raining, complete opposite to what we had yesterday. As they turn for the first lap, Xavier Lucas in lane 6 gets his feet on the wall first. Aidan McGee from Geelong over in lane 3 in second at the moment. But there's not a lot separating the field as Alex just tries to pick it up on this second 50. Regain his position at the front. His coach Mark on the other side of the pool, giving him the wave on, reckons he can go a little bit faster than that. His feet will hit the wall first, 101.96. The boys opting to breathe twos in this 200 freestyle. Quite a few of them going with that gallop stroke that we see from a lot of our Olympians. Alex now with a pretty commanding lead that he's drawn out on that third 50. So Alec 134.96, just in front of Xavier Lucas Chai. And Aidan McGee holding that third placing in this heat. Looks like Alec is going to stay in front as he comes under the 15-metre mark. Aidan really pulling away from the other boys to secure that spot in second position here. Alec will touch the wall, 207.68. Aidan McGee will take second, just narrowly ahead of Austin Bartlett. The boys both on 209.3s. And those are some big drops in time from these boys here, 15-year-old boys. Good effort. pretty straight line across the board here for the boys in heat 3. As they come into turn for their first 50. It will be Adonis in lane 5, 27.9, so sneaking his feet onto the wall just under that 28-second mark. Only 100th of a second separates Max Hussey and Leopold Forniels in 2 and 3. Maintaining his lead, Adonis Giotopoulos in lane 5, looking very strong. Metres to go. Max Hussey in lane 2's taken over that lead, 131, but there are currently 4 boys who have all turned within the same second. And there is an absolute dogfight on here for that first place spot onto this wall. And it will be Adonis Giotopoulos in lane 5 who takes it out 203.30, just ever so slightly in front of Max Hussey, 203.36, and Leopold Forniels will grab third, 203.58.
Underway now, heat 4 of 5 of our 15s 200 metres freestyle. We've seen Logan Rick do a really good job throughout this meet so far, and he is out like lightning. Really fast, nice long loping stroke, full length, legs just slowly chugging along behind him. As we come into this turn, it's a 27.41 out. 27.5, not too far behind, is Oliver McCormack and James Gargano, who's also had a great meet so far in a 27.56. We hit the 75 here, we'll start to see those legs build in a little more. You want that speed a bit earlier in the race. We want to progress over this second 50 to set up that final 100 metres. As we head now into this second last turn, 58.43, so well under that 1 minute mark out. Let's see how he lifts. His teammates over on the other side waving him along to get going, extend that lead. The 2 boys behind Gargano and McCormack fighting for that second and third position. It's my SGB athlete as well, Zachary Shearer, looking to make a play, try and contend for those minor positions as we hit the turn, and it's a 130.27, 130.9 and a 131.9 for our top 3. Not too far behind is Zachary Shearer, 132.97. As we cross with just about 25 metres to go, Logan Rick has turned on the jets, the legs are going, his stroke catching, his head down now, he's just shifted to breathing 4s. As he approaches the wall, it's head down now. Just seen as well, Oliver McCormack separate himself. It's a 201.06, 202.75 and 204.78 for our top 3, followed by Zachary Shearer and Will Anderson on the other side of our middle 3. Underway now is our final heat. Sam Welsh taking us out really fast here, our 50-metre champion of this age group. Straight arm in that 50-metre freestyle, and now he's just converted himself into that bent arm, nice long loping stroke. So it's really interesting to see two different techniques that he's able to utilise as he's out in a 26.9, well ahead of the pack. But Henry Allen is looking to go with him as well as another Wadding swimmer, Darwin Perome, in fourth.
Yeah, really happy with how Sam's looking in this 200 freestyle. That nice long stroke that we're seeing here, almost textbook on the recovery there.
Really relaxed through the recovery is so important, especially with that bent arm style freestyle. It just gives your shoulders a microsecond to relax with all that momentum coming over after the pull as he extends his lead even further. But Darwin Perome is looking over at him to make that shift as well. Henry Allen, Kevin Huang looking to also get into those minor places. But at the moment, it's all Sam Welsh as we enter into the flags for this final turn.
It'd be interesting to see here if he keeps the motor going or just settles back a little bit. He's got quite a lead on Tarwin over in lane 6. Both boys had a really great short course this year. So it's nice to see them converting over to these long course championships.
Yeah, Sam Welsh has just shifted just to a full catch-up now in this last 50. He's just turned it off ever so slightly. He's seen those other boys go the 2 minutes. He was definitely on track for a sub-2 swim, which it looks like he's going to hit here just by 0.09. So 159.91, Darwin 203.37 in second, and 204.20 for Henry Allen in third. Female 16-200 medleys are underway, and we have all three athletes here in this heat. Amelia Kennedy taking us out nice and strong in this butterfly. Meg Homan, our visitor, very quick reaction time, 0.39, and Yuju Lee in the centre out of Laverton Wyndham Aquatics. So 242s for lanes 4 and 5 entry, and 243.2 for our visitor. So they'll be looking to smash that time out of the park for a shot in that final tonight. As we enter the backstroke leg, and we're halfway, and we can see a really nice build here from the Vic Centre athlete, Amelia Kennedy, shifting through her gears, looking to get ahead of the other two. They're sticking together, lane 4 and 3. Amelia Kennedy looking to separate herself really nicely. Comes to the last 15 metres of this backstroke leg. Hit the turn here, 111.37, so she's really on track here to smash that PB. 115.0 for lane 4 and 115.5 for Meg Homan, our visitor in lane 3. And onto that breaststroke leg. Know if there's a breaststroker out of these three girls, we're going to see it here. So they'll be looking to push themselves. 75 metres to go. This is where we want to really be leg focused. Setting ourselves up nicely for that final 50 metres to get in and race. We're 5 metres out now from our final turn. Still got Vic Centre in the lead, followed by Laverton and the Cradle Coast Aquatic visitor, Meg Homan.
Yeah, they've definitely narrowed the gap on our leader in that breaststroke leg, but Amelia Kennedy does hang on here.
She's being challenged really nicely, though, by Yiju Lee in this freestyle. Luckily, the Vic Centre swimmer is able to look over, see if she's going to make a move, but looking like Vic Centre's going to be able to keep it up. Adrian Hirsch, the coach, waving her along, telling her get on the wall now. And she comes in for a finish, and it's a really nice PB there. So 240.46, 241.64. Nice PBs there, and a 246.15 for our visitor, Meg Homan.
All right, the girls in heat 2. Out pretty quick in that butterfly leg was lane 1, Charlotte Ristig. She's gone out in a 32.53. Going with her in lane 2, Kate Golby. So they're putting on a nice little show on the far side of the pool.
So Charlotte Ristig is building that backstroke really nicely, the propulsion swimmer. As she's coming into the wall, she's just secured herself a nice half a body's length ahead of the rest of the athletes, and she's just turned there in a 111.5, entering into the breaststroke leg ahead of Kate Golby. Lane next to her, and Isabella French out of lane 5. So start to see now a breaststroker moving through. We always know those Cheltenham swimmers are going to progress through as well in the later ends of these 200-metre races. And this is what we're seeing so far, is the Cheltenham swimmer is now just slightly taken the lead ahead of propulsion. But watch out for MLC. They're coming in hot in that breaststroke, and also down the bottom of our screen there, Ava Neems, our visitor, must be the breaststroker in this heat, because she has now taken this heat by storm. She has extended herself into the lead coming into this last 50.
Just while this race is going on, I'm taking a bit of an interest in what's going on behind the blocks, the pre-race rituals. So I saw the girls from Geelong having a bit of a laugh and a high five. I saw Ams from DV Aquatic having a bit of a dance. So the girls just trying to stay warm and stay relaxed in any way they can. Catherine Boyle having a bit of a jump around and a giggle. So it's nice to see them on day 4 still having a good time and enjoying this competition.
An excellent swim here from Ava Neem. She set herself up perfectly in that 50 breaststroke to be in a racing position by the end, and she's going to touch in first here at a 236.88, followed by Isabella French 238.52, Kate Golby 240.34. Some fantastic racing there as we move into heat 3 of 5. Underway now, heat 3 of our 16s 200 medley female. It's a great start there from Brooke Briscoe in lane 5 and Catherine Boyle as well.
We'd expect to see Izzy Osborne in lane 6 going out strong in this butterfly leg. 100 metre winner, 200 metre winner, so great flyer.
Angel Bizzardo as well, fantastic butterflyer, looking to make a play as well. And our lane 2 athlete as well, Skylorb, as they touch in first, second and third. Isabella Osborne out in a 30.2, followed by Skylorb and Angel Bizzardo. Move into this backstroke leg. It's going to be interesting to see who's willing to put it on the line earlier to get that lead into that breaststroke leg, especially if you're not the strongest breaststroker. This is where you're going to be wanting to make that shift.
Brooke Briscoe now just taking over the lead here. Nice backstroke leg from her, keeping that head really still. Good technical elements.
We hit that turn. Briscoe 109.94, not too far behind is Angel Bizzardo in a 110.54. Third place is still Skylorb, and we move into this breaststroke.
Yeah,
We're
watch
now
out
starting
for
to
lane
see
8. Amity Lansbury, great breaststroker. She's storming down the pool here in this third 50.
Yeah, as well as MSC, Catherine Boyle, Ashley Dunn, starting to make their moves now. So coming to the breaststroke, and it's looking like Lansbury has taken this breaststroke leg, and she's going to get the biggest advantage she can into this freestyle as she's stormed a body's length ahead of everyone coming into this final turn. Long touch.
She looked great there, though, that 50. Super strong. Don't discount those middle lanes, though. Both girls known for their longer distance swimming. Catherine Boyle did an awesome 400 freestyle last night. But will Ams have done enough to hold this lead in the 200 IM?
She's going to be doing everything she can to get herself onto the wall from that outside lane. Seen it time and time again where a breaststroker has had that lead, but it's looking like MSC has challenged her. Catherine Boyle is coming in hot, as well as MLC and Geelong, but it's going to be Catherine Boyle first, second is Amity Lansbury, and third place is Brooke Briscoe. Just touching out Isabella Osborne, our leader in the butterfly.
Yeah, Amity dropping 7 seconds from her entry time from lane 8 there, so another huge improvement this morning. Some great efforts in this event.
Away. Heat 4 of 5, 200 medley females, 16s. We're going to see Jessica Wilson get off to a really quick start here. Very good sprinter. So she's going to be looking to get out nice and ahead of the rest of the field. Otherwise, it's pretty even. She's about a stroke's length ahead of the field, but coming in hot as well as our visitor, Alinta Dingwall. Sorry, Sione Kinzet.
So Sione, really great backstroker, so I'd expect her to probably make a bit of a shift here. And then keep an eye on the other side of the pool. Farida Taha, she did a great 100 breaststroke on the first night here. So she's definitely one to watch in that breaststroke leg.
We know Jessica Wilson as well, great backstroke as well. So she's going to have a great opening 100 here. She takes about a body's length ahead of the rest of the field, followed by lane 6. Lane 2 as well. Going into our backstroke to breaststroke turn. This is so important. 107.2 to lead us off. 109.3 in lane 6, and a visitor, Mia Laban, 110.1. Still all Jessica Wilson at the moment. She's extended her lead even more in this breaststroke.
Here comes Farida, though, in lane 3. That beautiful breaststroke leg from her. As she's just trying to narrow the gap on Jess.
As well as lane 5, Linta Dingwall, breaststroke. She's moved herself up into that third place position, but it's still Jessica Wilson on the touch here. 153.22, followed by 154.4 for Farida Taha, and Alinta Dingwall's moved into third position, just ahead of Sione Kinzet. Jessica Wilson keeps going with 25 metres to go in the freestyle. She's going to be challenged, though, by Dingwall.
Yeah, Alinta at the moment looks like she wants this a little bit more than Jess. Jess kind of just relaxing, just doing enough to stay in front, has a look on either side.
Be careful on the finish though. She does get the touch 0.17 ahead. So 229.16, 229.33 and a 230.07 for Farida Taha. That's our top three in this heat. Some fantastic swims there. We're underway for our fifth and final heat here. It's looking like lane 4, lane 5, lane 6. Also our top of our screen, looking to take it out really quick here. It's going to be the MLC swimmer, Stella Solomon, lane 6. Really nice butterfly here, looking to get out with that easy speed. If that's your strength, you just got to get ahead of the pack, and she does that very well. Touches in a 29.84, followed by Romy Hurd in a 30.66, and Courtney Mudge in a 31.66 on that butterfly leg as we transition through to the backstroke here. Still in the lead is Solomon. Managing to keep a body's length ahead of the rest of the pack. Romy Hurd's not too far behind though. As well as Courtney Mudge, our three leaders on the first 50. It's a 107.60 for lane 6, followed by a 109.99 for Romy Hurd and a 111.72 for Courtney out in lane 2.
So Stella, coached by Mel over at MLC, one of our amazing female coaches, renowned for her medley swimmers. She's produced a lot of these athletes who have done so well within Victorian swimming in the IM events. And Stella's had a great meet so far at these championships. As she continues to hold on to that lead, the girl's trying to chip away at her at the moment.
Just the back of the field, Imogen Nolan, breaststroker, starting to make her play after that first 100, but it is all MLC at the moment. Mel Clamp swimmer doing so well. 152.27 at the 150, followed in behind Romy Hurd. Can she hold on to this lead in this final 50? It's going to be close. She does have some challenges. As we move in, it's looking like MSC starting to make a little play. MLC's looking away, but Mel's giving her a wave, telling her keep going. MSC looking at her, but we've also got our visitor from Norwood, Katie Simpson, looking to try and sneak into that third position ahead of Jasmine Lyles, but it's going to be Stella Solomon, 227.0, followed by 228.6 for Romy Hurd and a 229.54 for Jasmine Lyles.
Yeah, Coach Mel pretty happy with that one. Just giving her a bit of a yell from the side of the pool over here, saying nice work. Good little cheeky 3-second personal best improvement in the heats this morning. Kicking off event 137, the men's 16-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 heats in this event this morning. First heat in the water now.
Coaches and team managers, just a reminder that event 141 is commencing with heat 2. There is no heat 1. That's 141 boys, 12 to 13-year-old, 400 freestyle.
Moving through into our backstroke, we've got 15 metres to go with our leader, Nicholas Highland. He's building that backstroke so well. He's coming into this turn now. That is a sensational turn there. 103.00 on that turn. He's followed by our outside visitor, Harrison Stubbings, in second with a 105.33. In third, Logan Brandy. So we're going to start to see now the breaststrokers shift through. And already start to see Surrey Park Jack Abel making his move. About setting yourself up well, and that's exactly what Nicholas Highland has done. He is having a phenomenal swim so far. Still holding that rate. Nice long form into that breaststroke. Fantastic turn just before. Let's see how he hits this turn. He's picking up the speed as he hits his flags.
Yeah, obviously breaststroke not his strongest leg of this IM, but that transition from back to breaststroke was seamless, and he's managed to maintain the lead into this freestyle.
We storm home now into the freestyle, and look at the energy he's got there. He's galloping, throwing himself forward with every single stroke. He's looking like he's going to be challenged by that lane next to him. Nathan Holmberg coming in and swimming in strong, as well as Joshua Spiteri.
I don't think anyone is going to catch Nicholas though, as he comes under the flags now, down to touch, 2:21.91, 6 seconds below his entry time. Josh Spiteri will take second from lane 4, 2:22.7, and third will be Logan Brandy, so the long distance swimmer doing a nice leg in that freestyle to secure third place, 2:23.85.
Underway now is heat 2 of 4 in this 200 medley men's 16s. Off to a flying start there by Hamish Robson, followed by our lane 2 Adam L. Hefney. As we touch in 27.47, Hamish Robson, followed by lane 2, and lane 9 Sam Wells is also in the mix from the outside lane in the butterfly leg. Look to see Campbell Wilson Moran, 200 backstroker, progress through in this backstroke. He's got to utilise that leg, being one of his stronger ones, as well as Ethan Ravensdale, very fast 50 metre freestyle this morning, so great to see him up in the 200 IM.
Looks like, though, we will be led around by Hamish Robson, just another one of Mel's superstar medley swimmers. In this 16-year-old age group, she's had 4 female athletes, and she's also got 4 males competing. So pretty strong in this 16-year event from the teams at MLC.
Being a former Mel Clamp medley swimmer myself in the 400 IM, she does so great. She's such a great, well-rounded coach. MLC so lucky to have her. Fantastic coach, and we're just seeing MLC smashing out these 200 IMs in the 16 years. 8 swimmers all smashing it out as we come into the 150 metres. It's a 142.43 for Hamish Robson, followed by Ethan Ravensdale, 144.35. So look for Ethan to make the push in the freestyle, as well as Campbell Wilson Moran. Fantastic 200 metre freestyle we've seen from him so far. Ethan, though, is closing that gap ever so slightly. It's MLC versus Nuttawading. Age-old rivalry over these last few years, and it's looking like Ethan's maybe going to get over the top of him. We're going to have to see on the finish, head down.
does.
2:13.72 followed by a 2:14.0 for Hamish Robson. Third place Campbell Wilson Moran, 2:18.38.
So good heat swim performances from those top three guys. They've set the pace here with 2 heats to go. Those spots in finals are definitely up for grabs.
Heat 3 now of our 200 medleys, men's 16s. And if we're talking about fantastic breaststrokers throughout these races, Tom Sutherland is that man. He's a phenomenal breaststroker, taking out multiple medals at national age this year gone. But he's looking really strong out in this fly. But Jake Ridley of Cheltenham Swimming Club, fantastic medley swimmer. He's been just a little plagued with injuries over the last year, but he will be looking to take this event out for sure. I'm pretty sure he's taken it out in years past. So look for him to really smash through this backstroke leg. He's going to have to keep Sutho away from him in that breaststroke leg. And, of course, there's another MLC cap in here. So you've got to keep an eye out for that too as he surges through in this backstroke leg. Brian Zhang.
Not with the most seamless preparation, Brian. I heard earlier last week he actually managed to split his head open at the pool and required 3 stitches. So had to have a few days out of the water. A bit of an extended taper for him, I think. But he's looking really good in this 200 IM. He's just taken over into the lead in that backstroke leg. As we did say, though, Sutho is coming in this breaststroke.
Sure, Mel would have just kept him cool, calm and collected for this. You don't want to stress yourself out before the race, even when something big like that happens. It's about remaining calm and composed. But as we talk about this breaststroke leg, Sutho is pulling away from the pack. He is surging forward. He's also got a decent freestyle on him as well, being coached under Kendrick Monk.
Don't forget about
Caulfield.
Nick Stupas over in lane 3 as well. Great breaststroke. He's moved himself into second position there, and we know he can do that 400 freestyle too. So,
yeah, Stoop and Sutho, great freestyles, especially Stoop. Really good 200 freestyler, and he's looking to make that shift as well. But Brian Zhang isn't going to let them get away from him. He's coming through as well. Stoop not quite looking at him. It's definitely coming down to the finish here. It's going to be a long finish, and it is just 0.1 separates them. Brian Zhang in a 2:13.13, a 2:13.23 for Nick Stupas, and Sutho going a 2:14.56. So a little faster than the previous heat. So it's going to be interesting to see what these boys throw down here in this 4th and final heat. Underway now, our 4th and final heat here. Ashley Nichols, Traralgon boy, he's going to be looking to get out nice and quick. Really good all-rounder, as well as Felix Dressel, De Bruyne and Tian Berger. The other side of them, Joshua Witkowski.
super funny guy, Josh, over in lane 3.
Yeah, no swim as well from Andrew Ryland. I was just looking out for him in that butterfly leg. Fantastic butterflyer. We saw him in the 100 last night. His dad as well. Fantastic butterfly, always training in an MSAC. So shout out to Rilo. As we move into this backstroke leg, Looking like fantastic swim here from the D5 swimmer Rosetto into this backstroke leg. He's had a great meet so far. He's taking the lead.
Backstroke here from Callum. Quite a high head position compared to the other boys.
Turn here, backflip turn, 104.25. Not too far behind is Joshua Witkowski in a 105.0, and Felix Dressel De Bruyne 105.32.
Yeah, Josh off the wall really nicely in that back to breast turn and the underwater split stroke.
Start to see Ashley Nichols now pick up the pace. He's got a phenomenal breaststroke. There's quite a few breaststrokers though in this, as we see Felix Dressel De Bruyne, such a great all-rounder, leading the charge here. But on the other side is Joshua Witkowski. He is not going to let him get away too swiftly as we come into this final wall. It's a long finish, 143.85. Not too far behind is Joshua Witkowski and Ryan Chung as well, who's made his way into the mix. We cross the 25 metres to go, and it's the battle of MSC and, of course, another MLC swimmer. As MLC come charging through, he's looking over at MSC. MSC does not see him coming. It's going to be a really tight finish, and he gets the touch. 2:14.52.
Even with a little bit of a glide onto the wall there, so definitely can time that better this evening.
Yeah, got to get on top of that wall. Third place, Ashley Nichols, so he's pushed his way through with a 2:17.25. Ryan Chung as well, 2:17.99. It's going to be a very, very close final tonight.
Take your mark.
Underway now, heat 1 of 5 of these 400-metre freestyles, 12 to 13. 4 athletes in this heat, and it's dead even so far. All 4 Victorians going to battle it out here in our first heat. As we come into the first turn here, and it's a very quick turn from Amelia Grover, followed by Jamie Beer and Amber Cherry. Not too far behind is Kelly Young from Nunawading. moving through here very swiftly. We've still got a really even playing field here. It's looking like lane 5's just begun to make their move. The other girls aren't going to let her as we turn in a 3:18.1. So two of the athletes have just split faster from this 50 compared to their last. So that's where we like to see this gear shift, is at this distance and point in the race. As we now move through halfway through this lap, it's still anyone's game here. It's going to be who wants to go first. It's looking like Ringwood's Amber Cherry is now starting to make her little shift here, now that she's looking at the other athletes. She's breathing threes at the moment. Starting to hear the coaches give them a cheer, tell them they need to get moving now as we come into this turn. It's going to be Amber Cherry just ahead of Jamie Beer and Kelly Young. With 100 metres to go, this is where you've got to go. And we've started to see the legs built in for Ringwood, as well as Tiger Sharks' Beer.
All of these girls still really involved in this race. No one sort of lost touch with the leaders. Pretty rare occurrence for a 400 freestyle, but it's good to see them challenging one another in this first heat.
Come into this closing turn here. It is going to be lane 3 has now made their move. Fantastic game plan from her. 39.4, so the only person to split a 39 in that 50, and she is motoring her way home. Nuttawading's Kelly Young. 4:39.63 is the time she turned at. And she has put some good distance between her, but I don't think those other girls are going to let her quite get away with it as we cross the 15 metres to go.
Yeah, coming down to the wall here, looks like Kelly Young is going to hit them first. 5:17.42, really close for second, third and fourth. All the girls on 5:19, and in fact lanes 5 and 6 have touched equally, both girls in a 5:19.20. Amazing efforts.
Well. So great to see all 4 girls go PBs. We're underway well and truly here with 85 metres into the race of Heat 2 of our 12-13's female 400-metre freestyle, and it's looking to be Caulfield Grammar taking us out really strong, as well as Surrey Park over on the other side of the pool. Jemima Cohen's turns in first in a 112.74, followed by a 112.92 by Hayley Warren and a 113.27 by Thea Styron.
So James and I sitting here discussing the kind of training that's involved to swim these 400-metre freestyles. What kind of work would we be expecting to see from our 12, 13-year-olds to be able to compete in this event?
Volume, volume, volume. It's just all about getting through volume, session in, session out, and just building that nice base of training. Majority of it will be pretty low intensity when we're talking about our 12 to 13 junior athletes. It's not going to be as race-specific and high-intense as we'd see our older athletes go through, our 17s, 18s, even to 16s, our national-level athletes. But it's just about getting that volume in and being able to execute good skills and hold technique across those distances, even if it is low intensity. We've just seen Surrey Park make their play now. We've seen Coach Juzzy, head coach, tell his athletes to keep on making that push. As we come into this turn here, it is a 2:32.86 at the halfway point for Hayley Warren, followed by a 2:33.7 for Thea Syring, and Jemima Collins still in the mix as well. We start to see our MLC and Ivanhoe athletes push through the centre of the field.
Now's the 100. The girls are looking to start making a little bit of a move, creep up on those leaders, close the gap and take over. We expect to see those legs starting to come in a little bit stronger here. Girls with 3 laps remaining at this turn.
Into this turn here, and it is at the 250 metre mark. Hayley Warren out in first, followed by our outside lane, Zoe Davis. She's made her move now with a 3:14.2. So really interesting game plan here from the outside lane. She's just hung back a little, but she's pushed through now in this third 100 to put herself in a really competitive position. You can see the Ivanhoe girl, Hope Christian, pushing her way through the field as well as Mika McCrowan. So the field's starting to even up. Some interesting game plans here as we come into our final 100 and second last turn. It is still Hayley Warren as well as
7 100ths in front now, so very close between the leaders.
You see the Warrnambool athlete turning her legs on in lane 9. She is going for it. She's just about taking the lead here, as well as Mika McCrowan in lane 4, pushing through really nicely. She's executed her race plan really well. Coach Adam Ibrahim will be really happy with that so far, as well as the MLC athlete in the middle, Amelia Ironima. She's starting to pull through now, but it is going to be lane 9, Zoe Davis, followed by Mika McCrowan, and in third place, Hayley Warren as well, still in the mix.
Girls now with 25 metres left to swim. It does look like it's Zoe Davis hanging on out in lane 9, but Mika is coming for it. She's brought in a big kick for this last lap. Freestyle still looking nice and smooth. Hope Christian as well, both Ivanhoe swim girls with a really good second half here, but that's not quite going to be enough to catch up to Zoe Davis, the Warrnambool swimmer, out in lane 9, putting down a great 400 freestyle to take it out in heat 2, 5:06.26. Hope Christian grabs that second spot, 5:07.26, equal to Mika. So those Ivanhoe girls exactly the same time, both on the 5:07.
I think we're going to have to do an in-house swim-off for our 2 Ivanhoe Grammar girls. The way now is heat 3 of 5 in this 400 metre 12s 13s 400 metre freestyle, and out really nicely is our middle lane Summer Morgan, Surrey Park, as well as our other Surrey Park athlete just in lane 7 there, Maisie Graves. Nice kick in behind. They're looking to get out quick. That must be the game plan from Coach Juzzy as they turn 32.13 for Lexan Zhao, followed by Maisie Graves and Leona Low-Hermans. 33.33 for that third place position in our first 50. And it's the 2 Surrey girls leading the charge here as we pass the 75 metre mark. Coach Juzzy giving the girls a whistle just to let them know that there is a Geelong athlete coming and leading the charge. She wants to be at the front of the pack with them as well. So, middle athlete there, Lexan Zhao out in front, and Summer Morgan is looking to make a shift into that third position, second position.
We definitely expect to see Summer Morgan really strong in the second half of this 400 freestyle. Recently, she achieved her 5-kilometre national open water time. She absolutely blew that out of the ballpark by about 6 minutes under qualifying. And she's looking really strong here today.
Gets the shoulders of Lexan Zhao. Still got our other Surrey Park athlete, Maisie Graves, in third. See all the Surrey Park coach giving a wave.
It's going to come down to this third 100, I think, might be a bit of a deciding factor here. Can Lexan stick with Summer, stay in this race?
Yeah, she's got that 5K background and open national time. It's a really hard feat to achieve at 12:13. She's going to have the gears in the back end, and we know how well these Geelong swimmers have done today. They're definitely looking to make a statement in today's session as she pulls away by about almost a body's length. Surrey swimmers just looked over to her. She's not going to let her go yet.
Summer with that really good longer distance freestyle stroke. She's got that high stroke rate at the front. Those arms just keep moving around, and she trains like a little bit of a machine, Summer. She loves a long freestyle set. Definitely more preferential to pull than kick, so she'll just leave those legs out the back, nice and relaxed, keeping her at the surface, but not doing too much.
You understand body position, you understand you still need to have a slight kick, even though we do see 2 big kicks from the top level athletes like a Katie Ledecky over these distances. It's still so important just to maintain that propulsion onto the catch as we close here into 300 metres. And it's a 3:40.0, so a 37.55 split, faster than her previous 50. The gears are shifting, and she is looking to extend that lead. She's not happy with the body's length. She wants to keep on going.
Yeah, Coach Andy on the other side of the pool wants those legs to come in now. Just giving her a little wave on. Want to see her put down a fast heat swim this morning. Get some confidence leading into that final tonight.
Come to our final turn here. It is all Geelong here. 4:17.47, so again an even faster split, and that's just where that distance gears come from in this event. You've got to be training a fair amount of volume in order to be able to shine in this race. It's all about being able to shift your gears at the right time and put yourself into that competitive position come the last 100 metres, ready to race. Second place still belongs to Surrey Park's Zhao in lane 5.
It's pretty close at the moment for third, so first 2 positions have sorted themselves out, but the Surrey Park swimmer over on this side of the pool, Maisie Graves, looks good. The girls over across the other side, Propulsion and MLC, I believe, coming at her.
So Summer Morgan finishes with a 4:53. Second place, Lexan Zhao in a 4:58. And third place is a 5:06 for Maisie Graves. Some great swims there for our Heat 3.
Heat 4 in the water now. Middle lane, Kira Jeffs leading us around at the 100-metre mark, 106.01. Mia Mifsid's followed her through to 107.49, and Sophie Hall in lane 6. So at the moment, it's pretty much those centre swimmers who are taking it out strong. But remember, this is a 400. Anything can happen in these middle 100s. We'll see some lead changes between the athletes as we progress through. Those more endurance-based athletes tend to have a better second half, and those sprinters will try and put it out strong and hang on.
Now starting to see a little shift in gears from lane 5 and 6 into now just set themselves into position. Now 2 Bayside swimmers on the other side of lane 4 though. Tavia Mahoney and Sorella Bedra getting out nice and quick as well, but Kiara Jeffs 217.91. She's put herself in a position to win this heat. Mia Mifsud as well, 220.6, followed by Sophie Hall at 221.35.
Yeah, Kira's looking pretty comfortable out in front at the moment. Nice relaxed stroke, just breathing to the right. Every second stroke, taking those breaths, plenty of oxygen. A bit stronger on the kick than we saw in the last heat. And we've just seen her lift to build into this turn into the last 100.
Turn 3, 29.73, phenomenal split there. She's shifted gears for sure with a faster split in this 50 than the last, and she's looking to take stride in this final 100, as well as our MLC and our other athletes in this heat. Essendon District Aquatic Mia Mifsud looking to try and not let her get away, as well as the Bayside athletes. Over on the other side there, Sorella Bedra having a fantastic swim on the other side. Bordeaux giving her a wave, telling her to keep on pushing. As we enter that final 50 now, and it is all Kiara Jeffs. 406.26 at the 350 mark. Just seen Sophie Hall as well start to push the pace, as well as Mia Mifsud. We're going to be looking for a place now that we have one more heat after this.
Let's see if Kira lifts for this last 15. Just nice and consistent into the wall. 441.23 for Kira. Mia will touch in second, 246.52. She's had a huge program over the last couple of days. 1500 freestyle, 800 freestyle, now the 400 freestyle today. As well as I've just seen her in a handful of other finals here and there, so she's had a great meet. Sophie Hall will touch in third.
Underway is our final heat of 5 for the 400 freestyle, females 12 to 13. And leading us off is now our Surrey Park swimmer, Erica Erdenko. Right next to her is our visitor, Ava Mignanelli. Tongue twister. She's smashing this first 100 out. They're out in the 107 together, followed by Madison Brown in third.
Good to see a few 12-year-olds in this final heat. This is the 12-13 age group. Yosima in lane 7. Tiffany Miette. Great little swimmer from Vic Centre. She's had a wonderful meet. Really fabulous at those underwaters and skills.
Move now into our fourth 50 here, and it's still Surrey Park. And we've just seen a common theme across all these Surrey Park swimmers. It's get out fast, hold the skills and hold on. Really nice 6B kick there from our leader, Erica Erdenko, but Ava's not going to let her make a play yet. Coach is watching on steadily, just making sure she's on pace. As we come to the close of this first 200 metres, let's see the split time. It is a 2:16.83 and a 2:17.93 for Ava Mignanelli, our visitor. Third place going to Zoe Gant, so she's now made her place. A little bit of a different play from this Surrey Park swimmer. She has now turned up the gears in this third 100.
So most of the action at the moment coming from those centre 2 lanes. Erica Erdenko has just taken off in that first lap of the 300. Separate herself from Ava Mignanelli in lane 5. Still doesn't look like she's overdoing it. She's keeping that stroke rate really consistent, nice and strong. Bit of a different breathing strategy from Erica. She breathes 2, then 4 by the looks of it. So just getting her head back down into that neutral position for a few extra strokes, trying not to disrupt her technique. Your leader now with 1 lap left to swim. It's going to be a nice time from this morning's heats for Erica Erdenko. She's turned in a 4:02, following her around Ava Mignanelli. Still in third. Out here in lane 8, the other girl from Surrey Park, Zoe Gant, having a great swim from an outside lane. As your winner comes under the flags here. Lane 4, 4:37.60. Ava in second, 4:41.29. And Zoe will touch in third. She's gone a 4:48.27.
Great finishes there for our females 400s. We are now on to the male 400 metres.
Event 141 on your program, boys 12-13 400 freestyle. We will be missing out on that heat 1. Those 3 boys have been shifted into the next 3 heats. So we go from 4 heats down to 3. Meaning Behind the blocks, we have heat 2.
We're underway now for 2 heats of this 400 freestyle, and it's a ripping start there from Fraser Nagel in lane 9. Got off to a terrific underwater and breakout. Wasn't that easy speed early, and going with him is also Jaden Zhang in lane 8. Ringwood swimmer. We come to this first 50. It is going to be a 32.38 for Fraser Nagel, followed by Jaden Zhang and our centre lane Alan Zhang. Southeast Swimming Club. He's now looking to make his shift, but our 2 outside boys as well, also at the top of your screen. Kepler Snyder's having a fantastic meet. He's had a massive program, but he's going to be looking to shock some people from the outside as we come into this 100-metre turn, and it's still our leader here. The 110.0 for Fraser Nagel, followed by our lane 0 swimmer. So the 2 outside smokes leading it out, but they do have challenges in lane 8 and lane 4, and look to see Mornington, those insular flyers swimmers start to press through the middle of those lanes. Julie Jans, I'm sure, doing a fantastic job with them, one of our better junior coaches here in Victoria.
Yeah, as James and I were saying earlier, so great within Victoria to have so many amazing female coaches on deck. It's one of the initiatives set by Swimming Australia and Swimming Victoria in our Levelling the Deck project. A lot of years we've spent with many, many male coaches and not so many females, but Victoria being one of the most equal in regards to our head coaching statistics. We actually have 46% of our head coaches are females.
Yeah, I've had so many great female coaches in my time. I had Mel Clampt. I also had Julie Jans when I used to be at Tiger Sharks. And they're so great. I now get to work with Arco, assisting her, Ivanhoe Grammar. And she's such a phenomenal coach to be able to learn from them as well, having worked with Kelly Subbins as well. I used to actually train together when I was 14, when she was still just swimming every now and again, Kelly. And she used to kick my butt at training. So it was I always thought I'd be able to get the better of her, but no, Kelly would always just make sure she would keep me humble at training. Probably still need a bit of that, but it's great that we have so many great female coaches killing it these age states with their athletes, as we now see Kepler turn in at the 250 mark in a 3:05, just ahead of Alan Zhang in that lane 4 position, and we're starting to see those Flyers boys push through. But still Fraser Nagel in 3rd position on that lane 9, and these 3 boys have pushed well ahead now. You know, one of our Flyers boys in 4th, Daniel Collins, starting to make his play in this 3rd 100 to set himself up for that final 100.
Yeah, Swimming Victoria doing such a great job supporting female coaches. And not only supporting female coaches, but also supporting our female athletes. One of their initiatives this year at the state championships is the fact they've been working with Initial Hygiene, and they've joined the Washroom Dignity initiative. So this means they're offering free period products in both the change rooms, indoor and outdoor, for our athletes. And this initiative will be continuing throughout the season next year as well. So some great opportunities for our female swimmers and female coaches, thanks to Swimming Victoria.
Now pushing through this final 50 metres. We've got a nice race on our hands. It's lane 4 versus lane 0. Let's see if our Geelong swimmer Kepler can hold on to his lead. He's going to be challenged, but he's able to look over into the centre of the lane. We've got Alan Zane just looking towards us, but he is powering his way home as well. Also Fraser Nagel also looking to make a play here. It comes down to the touch. It's a 4:55.4. So that is a 26-second PB for Kepler, as well as a 4:56 from Alan Zhang, another massive PB as well. 4:58, 22 seconds for Fraser Nagel on the outside there. Those boys will be absolutely over the moon, their coaches as well. Flyers boys doing a fantastic job as we line up for our final heat. About 400 metres. Actually do have one more heat after this. It's just on the board. If you're looking, it's 3 of 3. It needs to be 3 of 4. But we are underway, and it's a fantastic start from our visitor, Kaisei Kojima. Out in the middle lane there. Followed by William Cow. Also making a play here out of lane 7. Leon Vidal, our breaststroker. So he turns 3rd, but it's first for Kaisei Kojima, our visitor. 2nd, Oscar Magalotti, who's had a great meet as well, racing a massive program out of Caulfield.
Yeah, Oscar definitely not afraid of some hard work. Super tough trainer.
Not a Wadding swimmer. I was looking at Callum Otto, our Caulfield aquatic swimmer, but really smooth stroke there in the middle from Kaisei Kojima. Head coach Arco and state coach Adam Ibrahim doing a great job there. Coming down to visit, but two of them, Nunawading versus Ivanhoe, pulling away a little now, but we're starting to see a slight shift from William Cow in lane 5 as he takes that 3rd position from Leon Vidal. As we hit the 150 metre mark in a 143.24 and a 144.32 for Oscar Magalotti. 3rd now is William Cow. So those 3 have established their positions. Too far behind though. It's a nice little fight for 4th place as Vidal starts to make his play on this 4th 50. As well as Eugene Lim, who's going to decide to go with him, and Hamish Davin.
In typical Melbourne fashion, the sun is just starting to peek its way out from the clouds as we draw our session to a close. Kaisei Kojima in lane 4. Still commanding the lead here, just ahead of William Kao in 5. And Oscar Magalotti in lane 2. Still in the mix. As we come down to this 250 metre mark.
So it's still Kaisei Kojima of Ivanhoe Grammar Swimming Club in first, but he has a challenger in William Cow, and you can just see Williams just sitting there at the feet. I think he's waiting to make his play after this turn. So he's just shifted up a little now to the hips. On the other side is Oscar Magalotti of Nunawading. Callum Otto also pushing through this 100. We've got a great fight for 4th place and 3rd place here. as we turn in. Oscar Magalotti still holding on to his third position, but he's got 4 challenges, 3 on the other side of the pool, 1 right next to him in Callum Otto. And we're starting to see now Kojima versus William Cow. Only turning 0.8 apart. We're going to see on this way home, they're going to be facing each other. So it's going to mean they have to take it out. And what fantastic skills there from Kojima and Cow as we head into this final leg. The legs have pushed through, kicking, powering onto that stroke. Slightly ahead is Kojima, but we can now see Cow starting to turn on the jets here and give him a challenge with 15 metres to go. But if we look back to our other swimmers...
The race is on now. Williams just lifted with 10 metres to go, trying to time the sprint onto the wall. He gets there. William KO 440.44, finishing just in front of Kaisei, who led the whole rest of the way. So just goes to show, if you time that run correctly, get your hand on the wall first.
Yeah, fantastic racing and great different race plans. Also, Callum Otto in third went from, I think, about 6th to 3rd in about 100 metres. So fantastic back end there from Caulfield Grammar. Let's move to our final heat. Away our 4th and final heat of these 400s. Fantastic start there from the middle. Jacob Riches, fantastic meet. He's raced a fair bit today. Well as next to him, Leo Nolan, Michael Fan, also up there. Come into the turn, and it is Liam Poulsen in 1, Jacob Riches 2, Leo Nolan in 3, Michael Fan 4th, and 31.85. So taking it out really quick. 2 boys, Camberwell versus Geelong, just up the top there, but not too far behind. It's Melbourne Swimming Club's Leo Nolan.
So 1-2 really close at the moment. Leo Nolan just behind in that 3rd place spot. Jake, the winner of the 100 freestyle last night, going a 56 points. So pretty quick. We know he's got that front end speed. We're seeing him showcase that at the moment. Jake, also one of the athletes we got to interview after his race yesterday evening, speaking about what his little pre-race rituals have been coming into finals, how he controls his nerves. After the interview, Jake also had a little bit of fun telling me how to do my job on commentary. Apparently I'm banned from telling people that I love to see it, is my quote of the day. So great kid there in lane 5. At the moment, Liam Poulsen in lane 4. He's just overtaken Jake to regain that lead. So a little bit of cat and mouse. The boys swapping and changing each lap here. Leo Nolan in lane 3, staying in the mix. Doesn't want to drop too far behind and have too much work to do to catch up. As we go through at the halfway mark, Liam Poulsen leads 2:15.51. Jake Riches in 5, 2:16.37. Leo Nolan in third, 2:18.62. Liam just making a little bit of a push there to take the lead by about a second now ahead of Jake. As they near into that 300 metre mark. Liam's going to go around onto that wall first. 3:25.5. So very similar splits on that lap. 2 laps to go. Jake's breathing towards Liam at the moment, so he's just brought in the legs really strong. Trying to catch back up there. Leo Nolan still in third, but Cade Faulkner in fourth in lane 8. He's having a good little swim from this outside lane. With 50 metres left to go for our leaders, it's going to be close hitting that wall. Not a lot between the two. Liam Paulson just gets his feet on first again, 3:59.3. Jake Riches, 3:59.5. So they're pretty much stroke for stroke at the moment. Jake a little bit faster on the rating. Liam looks to be a little bit stronger on the legs here. They come down into the wall. It's going to be super close. I think Liam will get it. He just managed to keep his head down between the flags and the wall, whereas Jake kept on breathing under those flags, and that's going to be the difference there between first and second. So Liam Paulson 4:31.25. Jake Riches 4:31.50. Leo Nolan stays in third, 4:48.58. And Cade Faulkner in fourth, 4:51.36. Event 142 in the water now. This is the girls 17-18 years 200 metre individual medley. We have 4 heats in this event. This is the second last event of our heat session this morning. After this one, just the boys to go. So day 4 heats almost coming to a close. Got 3 athletes in this race. 32.04, Holly Winkles in lane 5. She's leading us out in the butterfly. But a little bit of a lead change in the backstroke leg of this medley in Heat 1. Alex Breeden in lane 3 took over in front. Holly having a good breaststroke leg. The girls are going to touch at a similar time here. It's all going to come down to this freestyle leg. So 2015, 2019. Sienna Matheson with the faster breaststroke leg. To close that gap. 25 metres to go. Looks like Holly Winkle's just pulling away a little bit, the swimmer from Nunawading. Nice long stroke here. Going to be a good time from her as well. 2:36.93 to take out that heat. Alex in second, 2:38.77, and Sienna 2:40.22.
Underway now is Heat 2 of our 200 medley 17s, 18s. First of our seeded heats here. And we're seeing a terrific start there in the centre of the pool. Dakota Mathers, Chloe Millard, Jessica Proudlock. On the other side, Nicole Briscoe as well. Looking to take this out really fast here. Got to set the standard early for those following two heats afterwards. We hit the wall at a 30.49 in first, Dakota Mathers second, Chloe Millard with 30.96. Third is our top lane, lane 0, Georgina Bell, our visitor, swimming out of Pirate Swim Club over in New Zealand. This backstroke here, we're looking for that stroke rate to come up, building into that back to breast turn, which is so important. What we're seeing, we've got 4 athletes here leading the charge, slowly becoming 3 as we enter into this wall here. We see the flags touching in. 108.29 in first is Dakota Mathers, followed by Nicole Briscoe and Chloe Millard. Now look to see Dakota Mathers take storm here in the breaststroke. Millard and Briscoe trying to stay with her, but we'll have to look at these outer lanes and see if there's any breaststrokers about that can put themselves into a better position. I reckon we do have one there. Darcy, lane 6. Phenomenal breaststroke. She is looking to take that second position away from Briscoe and get ahead of Millard. But it is all Nunawading's Dakota Mathers in this breaststroke leg as she touches in a 150.05. Followed by lane 6. 153.71. Then Chloe Millard, 153.9. Expect her to be fast in this freestyle leg. It's a nice battle for second, third, and fourth, but it is Dakota Mathers.
Those minor placings.
Dakota Mathers, nice loping stroke. She's not going to slow down. She knows that she's got to fend off those other two heats as well. It's not just the people in this heat. It's going to come down to the touch. It's looking like Geelong is just ahead on the touch, and it is Geelong's Nicole Briscoe, followed by Chloe Millard. Fourth place, lane 6.
Darcy Luke Herschel.
Dakota Mathers, 225.0 is the time to beat for that first seed. Some nice PBs across the board there as well. Moving to heat 3. Heat 3 of 4 now in these 200 medley 17s, 18s. Do have 3 no swims.
Yeah, so a few missing here from the 17-18 girls. being that this event is a little bit later on this morning's program, those who have made finals in other events might have chosen to sit this one out, go home, spend a little bit more time recovering so they can come in and focus on other events this afternoon.
Yeah, Layla Muffers touches in first. Phenomenal butterfly there, 31.43, followed by our visitor Arabella Barr, 31.47. Lucy Webster as well, racing a good 200 butterfly earlier in the meet, 31.7. Look for her to take over in this backstroke, Lucy Webster. Phenomenal IM athlete at Nunawading. As she's building into this wall really nicely, she's raced this so many times, competing at many Victorian Open meets.
That was a nice turn too from Lucy there.
109.12 is our leader. And a fantastic breaststroker is Lucy. So we've got two Nunawading IMers that we've seen smash out this breaststroke leg. Hear the whistle telling our Surrey Park athlete to get going up the top there. Riley Cardo.
Yeah, Riley, another good breaststroker in this heat, so she's really started to make a little bit of a ground on Lucy there. She'll touch in second. Oh, actually no, she's actually just got her fingers on the wall. 3/100ths in front of Lucy Webster.
Move to this freestyle leg, and they're both looking at each other. It's going to be Lucy powering home here in that freestyle. Great kick behind her. She's now just snuck in front.
Yeah, really good 400 IM swimmer as well, Lucy. So definitely expect to see her shine in this back end.
Arabella Barr as well. Not going to let Surrey Park get too far ahead and keep her lead. It's into the finish now. 2:26.79, followed by only 0.01 separating Riley Cardo. She's done just enough in that breaststroke leg and freestyle to hold on. Followed by Arabella Barr, Layla Muffers as well, our leader at the 50. So some really great swims there. We're going to have to see this final heat to find out who our top 10 will be into tonight. Underway now in this first 50 is our 4, and it's Charlie Millard leading us out 29.54. She's off to a terrific start, followed by our visitor Danielle Asiata. And third, Madeline Doyle in lane 9. MLC Aquatics. So we've got more MLC IM swimmers. The 17, 18s would be in Jaden's squad. Jaden, fantastic age group coach over at MLC. Charlie's still leading the charge. Now, she is a breaststroker. So for her to be leading this 100 so far is exactly what she needs to be doing. It's a 106.98, followed by 107.59 for Danielle Asiata. And this is the breaststroke leg where we're going to see Charlie begin to pull away. Xiaojin Huang in third as well from Tiger Sharks. So we're now seeing Charlie really get to work here in this breaststroke leg. Phenomenal breaststroke, pressing forward. There's no upper body as well, just to press forward, keep those hips up, and she's building into this wall nicely. She's going to want to get as much of a lead as possible into this freestyle fourth 50. See how she touches here. It's a 150.9. followed by 152.9 for Danielle Asiata. So she's got a little bit of work to do. She wants to catch up. But at the moment, it's all Charlie Millard powering her way home. She's seen what those Nuttawading girls have gone in the previous heats, and probably what her sisters also gone in that heat too. So battle of the sisters, bragging rights at home. So we close now into the final 5 metres. It's still Charlie Millard. She touches in here 227.0, followed by Danielle Asiata and Xiaojin Huang. 228s for them as well. The top, Celeste Ellis. And really nice freestyle leg. Touching in just ahead of Amelia Blake there. Underway now is heat 1 of 4 heats for our 200 medley 17s, 18s. Great start here in the middle of the park. 50 butterfly. It's all about getting out really quick, and also at the bottom of our screen, Dylan Skinner getting after it, Cheltenham Swimming Club. First to touch in is Hugh Cran, followed by Jacob Lewis, our visitor, and our other visitor, Alan Huey. So 27.9 is the leading split here as we move into the backstroke, and we're going to start to see who's willing to put it on the line early. And at the moment, it's looking like Cheltenham down at the bottom of our screen here, trying to look to make a play. So as our other Cheltenham swimmer, Liam Donnellan. Come into this wall here. So lane 4 gets the touch now. It's a change of lead, 103.83. Come up from that split stroke. Dylan Skinner as well, second place there, 104.13. Here Coach Kelly Stubbins yelling as they come up for that breath, telling her athletes they need to get a move on. Liam Donnellan also pushing through now. So the 2 Cheltenham boys, we know they're going to have phenomenal second 100s. Check out for Alexander Stone as well. Really nice breaststroke there at the bottom of your screen. To try and maybe touch out Dylan Skinner on the other side of him, but it is Hugh Cran now who's come through really nicely. 146.25. Into this freestyle leg, and he has got really nice distance ahead of everyone, but watch out for Skinner at the bottom of your screen. He is motoring his way home. Really nice 6-speed kick high up in the water, but challenged as well by another MLC athlete, Alexander Stone. As we come into the finish here, it's a 2:19.66 in first. Alexander Stone getting the touch, 2:21.07, just 0.06 ahead of Dylan Skinner, who's had a phenomenal swim there. 4-second drop for him. 4th place, Liam Donnellan. We move now into heat 2 of 4. Heat 2 of 4 in this medley 17s, 18s males. Underway here, first 50, Une Geisler leading out the charge. Also at the bottom of your screen there, Tyler Norton, butterflyer from Tiger Sharks. But it's Mayan Busker, 27-0 to start us off with. Not too far behind is Une Geisler. Fantastic backstroke is Une Geisler. So look to see that rate is now turning over those arms, getting himself out into a winning position. He is, and that is a phenomenal backstroke leg. I'm very curious to see what the split here is. He's just powered himself into a dominating position here. He's just touched in just above that minute mark, minute .82. 50 split didn't pop up. I'd be very curious to see what it was. But now he's transitioned into that breaststroke, long glide. He's definitely exerted himself in that backstroke to put himself in that winning position. Really nice breaststroke there, travelling forward with every single stroke, and you're going to look to see him build into this wall in this remaining 15 metres, but watch out. The Forster, lane 7, he's picked up his rate massively, so he's definitely a breaststroker. You can tell by that stroke, he's lifted up the rate, but it's Une Geisler, 39.63 on that 50, followed by Patrick Forster, Mayan Busker as well, MLC killing it in these IMs. Super all-round team they've got there of age groupers, but it is Une Geisler. Catch-up freestyle. Nice kick in behind it. And we've seen Owen Walsham pick up in this freestyle leg. He is going for it as well as Mayan Busker. Une's got to be careful he doesn't get touched out here, but he doesn't. It's a 2:14.34. by Une, followed by Mayan Busker, 2:14.67, 2:15.82 for Owen Walsham. A fantastic freestyle leg there. Fourth, 2:17.25 for Patrick Forster with a phenomenal breaststroke there. We move to the third heat here. Definitely going to see a great start here from Haruki Nakanashi. Another wadding, lane 5. 200 butterflyer, phenomenal skills. Visitor from Japan, but at the moment, leading the charge is Cooper Sutherland. Really nice butterfly leg to start us off with. He touches in 27.67, followed by Andrew Tan up in lane 1. And Jacob Nimmo as well. He's the breaststroker that you have to look out for, Jacob Nimmo. Phenomenal breaststroke. Trained, of course, by Kenrick Monk over at Caulfield Grammar Aquatics. Cooper Sutherland still holding on to our lead here as we get to the last 10 metres here of our backstroke. Going with him is lane 8, Alan Liang. Touches in 102.21, so a little slower than our leader in the previous heat, Une Geisler. But now look for Jacob Nimmo to press through here in this breaststroke leg. Andrew Tan as well, looking really great in the breaststroke. Cooper Sutherland just dropping off a little because Cameron Roccini has put himself in that winning position in this leg as well. Phenomenal breaststroke. You hear the coaches screaming from Ballarat over in the top corner of your screen. It's a 1:39.0 for Cameron Roccini. He has stormed himself into that winning position. Cooper Sutherland not too far, as well as Owen Williams-Polly. Race is on here. We've just seen Roccini probably just turn the legs off a little in this final 50. But it's a battle now. Williams-Polly doing a fantastic job in this leg. He wants that final spot to 11.87. followed by 2:14.79 for Owen Williams-Polly, and third place is Cooper Sutherland. This is shaping up to be really close swimming here. It's going to come down to this final heat to see who gets that top 10 spot. Officials just talking, waiting to make these results official. Athletes just clearing the pool now, maybe just a problem with the scoreboard or waiting to make these results official from Hawkeye. Athletes just being told to put their clothes back on. Seems to be having a problem maybe with the board or double checking our results here. Really important to just stay warm before you race. You want to just be lightly sweating before your race. Don't want to waste that warm-up. The results are official. We do have a disqualification. Andrew Tan, Cheltenham Swimming Club. Boys have been told to jump back up onto the blocks now. A few shoulder slaps, a few jumps. Get yourself back warmed up as we hit our final race here of our heat session. Underway for our final race here. We do have a pull-out from Harvey Lark and Brandon Wilson. No swims. Harvey Lark probably just saving himself for whatever swims he has tonight. Phenomenal heats this morning. So now keep an eye on Sam Kenny, our visitor, looking to lead the charge here along with Liam Malloy. Is going to be Sam Kenny, 27.7, as well as Daniel Sivataris, lane 3, and Liam Malloy, lane 5, 28. Was his split there. Moves that backstroke leg. We want to see the rate start to build. That's exactly what we're seeing here from our visitor, Sam Kenny. About a half a body's length ahead of the field, but he does have some company in Justin Zhu and Liam Malloy. As Riley Cunningham from Tiger Sharks. As we transition into this breaststroke now, let's just see who makes the play now in this breaststroke leg. Sam Kenny, really nice breaststroke here. For Liam Malloy to really turn on the jets in the freestyle. Got the 50 freestyle, the 100 freestyle so far this meet. Still all Sam Kenny though, our visitor. Justin Zhu also in the mix there, and our Surrey Park athlete up the top of the screen in lane 3. So first to touch is still Sam Kenny, followed by Surrey Park in lane 3. Justin Zhu, Nuttawat in lane 4, and we're going to see Liam Malloy really power his way home here. He's just overtaken into third. He's looking for second. It's still Sam Kenny holding on. Surrey Park still sticking in, giving a little fight here. It's definitely going to come down to the finish here as we cross with 10 metres to go, 5 to go. It's still Sam Kenny in a 2:13.28, followed by Daniel Civit Therese in a 2:13.97, and Liam Malloy, really nice freestyle leg there, 2:14.64 and a 2:15.62 for Justin Zhu. So really close race. It's definitely going to be a race to watch tonight. That is where we'll finish up today for our day 4 of heats. Remember to tune in tonight to watch all the finals action. Hope you have enjoyed these heats as much as we did here in the commentary booth.